Hello. We are here for emotional damage. Oh man. I hope you're strapped in. This is gonna be a long ride. What good is it to know everything that's going to happen already, and you're 100% sure you're still gonna cry? Now then. Oh, Rain. Be sure that I'm fine. I am. Full glad to see them too, so after so very long. Glad as too that it was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Thou hast my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to the rest of the laurels, several of our guests have elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Some few may have come hither seeking counsel, and so shall I remain to aid them as need be. If thou art needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. As a matter of fact, I was hoping you might check out Alize. Last I saw, she was struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes out of West Gate. I could go myself, but we both know whose help she likes to scorn. Pet! Yes! Yes! Hello. 'Tis a dog. The Durgan has appeared. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I can think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. I hope you're in for some roller coaster today. Also, good music is good. How is the dog? How is the money? So many guests. Another pet. So many pets are being spoiled today. Spoiled snake. How is the dog? How is money? How are you doing? You might not get an answer from the dog. He might be driving. Who knows? The goodest beam. But yeah. What are you doing out here? Still definitely cold. I assume you mean cold. With a T that's a gun. The one you're thinking of is spelled with a D. My nose is killing me. 1 second. Need to take some allergy meds. Don't apologize. It happens. Yeah, I can imagine. But in my case, it's allergies. No, I don't mind if you help with the boxes, but it's far from the most exciting of tasks, are you sure? But I appreciate the assistance. We need to get these to Aporia. Time is short, of course, but they're full of organic specimen and samples, so try not to be too rough with them. Alphino should be waiting for us when we arrive. I'll see you there. Oh no. Oh, you're helping with the crates. Wonderful. You can put that there. With the others. You do have my gratitude. But how did you come to be involved in this? I suppose we have Thancred to thank as well. Thancred? Dinner. Nice. If you're wondering why we were tasked with bringing these boxes to Aporia to begin with, so was I. Turns out that this is a base of operation of sorts. Those with final say as to what's included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. You carried all of that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. They're lighter than they look. Not everyone has the delicate arms. I suppose we should let someone know that we finished. The Earpolden is in the courtyard. We can report to him. Why didn't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, we might even learn something interesting. The lore. Okay, let me open my quest list. We are in Hither and Yarms, so there's 3 more until we begin the ending. It was what? Can you write that in German, please? I don't know if that's a typo or if that's just a term I don't know. The second word. No. The second word in the sentence. Not potato. I know what a potato is. I'm trying to figure out what other than potato and sauce is in your dish. Can't never ends, does it? What can I do for you? I'm one? Yes. We've brought samples from the Charlie and Hamlet. Series 1 to 0. Series 110. The crates are by the entrance. Oh wait, that was the wrong voice. Anyway, I'm just gonna continue. Kassler! Oh! Holy fuck, what? Where did you get cashier from? Cashier is a person who scans items at the cash register. I've never seen it used as a translation of Kassler. I don't think there is a direct translation for Kassler. I think it's just smoked pork. In English. Wait, it's Kassler with potatoes and sauce sounds delicious. Was it a brown sauce? Was it gravy? Google Translator. What the fuck, Google? The heck? Did Google autocorrect Kassler to Kassierer? Maybe. I'm assuming you didn't eat one of those, though, which is why I asked. God damn it, Google. Thank you. I expected one of my colleagues, but we're dreadfully short-handed. Just a moment. You're fortunate children, are you not? I found out others at your service. Well, you're well acquainted with father, I take it. Quite. You've been friends with your parents since your days at the studium. I remember when you were yay-high waddling hither and thither. Clearly, it's been quite some time since we've met. 'Tis good to see you again, wielding your father's newless and less. Then your parents when they were young. What they like? Pray spare no detail. I should like nothing more than to regale you, unless I am meant to be in charge here, and reams of paperwork want for submission. You can number that, in exchange for the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well then. There happen to be 3 sets of documents in need of delivery, so how about you take each one? Each take one. And brown salt, nice. That's delicious. Wait right there. The game just struggled for a second there because I was behind him. Nice. You'll find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I hope I haven't kept her waiting too long. Never mind Alfredo and Alizé. I'm certain they'll be back soon enough. Ooh. That's one of the main reasons I really like Kassler as a protein. It is so durable is the wrong word. I think. Hold on. It has a long shelf life. That's what I'm looking for. It doesn't spoil easily, which is very nice. a drink. Sneak has drink. You're not one of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I thought you were meant to be working on the Ether banner. Yeah. I know that wasn't you. It shows who it was. I'm well aware of who uses which command on this channel. I have all the knowledge. Tells me. Evidence paperwork. I was beginning to worry it misplaced the squill. I appreciate your help in seeing these documents to my hands at last. As for your other task, pray keep this between us, but I sincerely hope your science succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum, so you must be circumspect in all respects. Risk is a privilege we cannot afford ourselves. Not a great gnaw. At its heart, however, Charlian has ever been a nation of the curious. It would be tragedy indeed if we were the ones to stymie your pursuit of truth. Quick and efficient. I dare say you've talent for this work. The twins' paper only need to be delivered elsewhere in the facility, so they should be returning any moment. We return, with the scrap of paperwork remaining on our persons. You both have my thanks, and my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Why, even as a babe you struggled out of your swaddling clothes and... That is quite another that. Thank you. I was compromising stories of our parents that we'd asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father for so long. I must have something. Well, as you know, part of why Level names garner such respect in Charlian is their family's storied history. You can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard Nooncraft's Hope, as a lineage few can claim. I've never thought of it much myself. It's not as though our forebears founded our nation. They were simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, it has traditionally been a point of pride. 'Tis why Nooncraft's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge of reason, has ever been our family's creed. Until your grandfather's time, aye. Archon Louisoir looked not to Nooncraft's word, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides was the true mark of a founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy that followed the fall of civilizations, that led him to conclude that to eschew conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will ever be conflict, and calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Remember his words well indeed. Archon Louisoir lived that personal creed, and used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need. Charlian or no. No one loved or admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortuno could not reconcile Louisoir's deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers. The philosophy in which he believed so fervently, yet made a pariah of his father. Fortuno agonized over this contradiction for much of his life. God's father. A son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortuno's cranky old goat, so I'm sure you butt heads often enough. Yet even so, you must know that you're constantly in his thoughts. Every moment of every day that is not an exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was, with the kind of dumbfounded grin I'd not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. He was practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you to an embarrassing degree. But he's also frustratingly single-minded. Once he's decided that a given action is for the best, he will stay the course no matter what, who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it, as I'm sure you will agree. I'll say. Thank you for your insight. When next we meet our parents, I shall mention that we spoke. Try not to get me into too much trouble now. I need to forum on my side. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back to work. I have to make sure the specimen you brought make it to the proper places, or the cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hell, you three. Graha! Surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. However, he's set me a task that requires more than a single pair of hands. And here you are. I could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Laptop. Unfortunately, Alistair and I have prior commitments, and we have delayed too long as it is. What about you, Rain? Can you spare the time? Yeah. Perfect. That shouldn't take long. Look at him. Look at him. Ah. Love him. In the event that the promised heap of adamantite falls right out of the bloody sky into my lap, Master Cockle wishes to be ready for the proverbial hammer to anvil at the moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames in Coco's forge to burn hotter. He sent me to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fire aspect of ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, to which I have borrowed the key. The adjustment will require 2 people to carry it safely, but I can explain the process when we arrive. This is where we part then. We'll see you in Charlie and Hamlet once the Elementite arrives, if not before. Then. This way then. But before I leave, make sure I have this. Very good. Island, I see. We rigged his house within this facility. I'll be the one to go inside and adjust the fire ether output. When I do, a rather large amount of water aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect us to attract at least a few elementals, which we both rather not be drawn into the reactor itself. Trust me. Can I ask that you put down any that brought near? I'll pose you little trouble, I'm sure. Wait here, if you would. The music in this part is so good. Do everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. The water ether appears to be venting properly. I expect Coco will have seen a difference to in its forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there was another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you, and only you, have been to help us. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alag, the Empire's twilight years, in fact. It was a material which saw much use as the part of Alagon's effort to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamud, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Alag's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, perhaps the greatest was its infamous technologist, Amon. Amon wanted to travel the Sea of Stars? He did. He must have had his own reasons, however. But there is no evidence to suggest that he retained memories of his life as an ancient. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. Not his memory, though. What drove him to pursue this idea with such fervor? This may seem far-fetched, but what if souls like mine have a personality, so to speak? A natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know with relative certainty that if it was the gross decadence and exorable decline of the Alag that moved the Amon to resurrect Emperor Xander, the Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xander's return, Amon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had not Xander been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Amon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be means to the same end, to instill people with a new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Amon was appalled by those around him, by how those around him lived, but could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope in distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, it's the consequence of their actions which matter. Their motives are not of no moment, yet. To reach those stars on wings of adamantite, to travel the ends of creation and beyond, the promise of hope everlasting. That much I do understand. But enough amusing for now. Why don't we see how Coco is getting on? This story is so good. da, da. I can feel the flames blazing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Gra, but there's not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure that refined elemental any faster. It's time! We have arrived. I do trust you deliver on a promise. I do trust you deliver on your promise, I do. Only... I ain't waiting, I want an elementite and I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. Is there truly nothing else we can assist with in the meantime? I wish! The sitting about's unbearable. The forum frowns on recreational explosions. Well, so long as they can't prove it's supposed to be premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. Get you gone! I have mistakes to make! That's fantastic. In that case, I suppose I should go to return the key to the reactor. I'll have one more look to make sure nothing's gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. I'm certain there are better uses for your time, however. I will join you and Charlie and Hamlet anon. Waiting, my favorite game mechanic. Oh, that is. No.
All set, I take it?
Hi, Stola.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loporrits, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have, for the most part, been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo. Your special delivery has arrived.
Yes.
Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil. Let us go at once.
Let's go.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested, with all speed.
just called upon everyone.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Yes.
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
They sure are. There's even more.
Bleeding hellfire! They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Let's go.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whinging of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamud shard.
I'll have you know I went all the way to the entrance. Furthermore, 'twas my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
And more.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Soroban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and Allegan, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of the Kojin. Upon learning of your need, Bunchin bade me deliver it on behalf of the Blue with all haste.
Yes.
Fearing I could not swim here with the necessary speed, however, I thought to beg our Confederate allies for aid. To my delight, Hancock was already preparing for departure at the selfsame port, and had space for additional cargo.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending.
Tataru!
When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions.
Yes.
And we even had coffers to fill.
Yes.
Mother!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
Oh no, there's two of them.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, though? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Yes.
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryle after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, in collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions, to combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Yes.
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon?
Sid!
And why didn't you mention it
That's
sooner?
a big patch on
The
the
one time
ship.
you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
Sid, you brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud Shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryle's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. The Gobbyfrock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness. The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the gobby booms.
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat Han not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Sumur, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever. Tiamat and Chrisvelgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion. My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales. Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Bugger me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Forget a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming, and a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlian's policies, a perspective which
I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano. As we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea, I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians. Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular. I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we've finished loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Perhaps you can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
True. Well, everyone. With me.
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
That's so good. Everyone is here. Even Nero! We finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is in the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has issued to us an invitation. As we agreed, he will reveal the means by which Hydaelyn may be contacted. We are to meet him at Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, I suggest we leave without delay. It transpires, however, that the Forum's methods of speaking with her is not without risks. I'm curious to hear what those must entail, but regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the Adamantite have offered to stay and see to any remaining tasks that need doing. The Forum has already asked for my assistance in the process, so you needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Tataru. We're off to Aporia then. I don't want any of you getting hurt, but I do hope you'll bring as much information out of Hydaelyn as you can. For all we know, this is the one and only opportunity we'll get. Sure is. Not here yet. Okay. When does that unlock again? Huh. I remember. Sneak forward. Rain, I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clairlen. She's the key to the lift and can send you down with Clairlen is a name. It's very hard to pronounce. What the fuck? What the heck? You're with Master Fortune now, yes? Just step inside the lift here. From here we proceed to the heart of the labyrinthos. It is more closely guarded, the most closely guarded secret. Thormazing. It marks the beginning and end of our efforts, where we delve to seek audience with the star, and whence we embark on a journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. There it is. The teeny tiny toy boat. Welcome to Tormazing. Direct your attention towards its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft. The better to reduce fuel consumption, miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too great a limitation on its freight capacity. It is bigger on the inside. The ether burners, you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. I have received word that Kokol and several of your allies are working on it with an intense fervor. They are sure to see it done. 'Twas by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hyder in their finish. Point taken. Let us move on. I must warn you again, however, that even with the benefit of a device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? I'm not ready for this, truth be told. Make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. This thing is so cool, though. Oh, I love it. 10 out of 10. Best ship. As you all know, alongside us, a physical world exists an ethereal plane. What we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the Anti-Tower, and once more here in Thormazane. No sooner did the Forum decide that an exodus from the star would be necessary than it began to work in this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hyderlin's ever fainter echoes. The Aetoscope. And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes. But since the 7th Umbral Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we've ever dared, beyond the Aetoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor for your safety. Not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish that it could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Aetoscope ocular lens by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, you are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist in assessing said risk. Otherwise, there's an increased probability that we will extract you too early, or too late. Please, allow me. I've thought upon this matter. In truth, I do not believe that I'm fit to join you in your trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babil drained me, yes. But even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. It is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter that Master Fortune is laid out, however, I may still be refused. Will you trust me in doing so? I can't think of none trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive when our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a single expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that we'll be keeping a close eye on all of you. There's one more thing. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace, its memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul. Or so we believe. Yet what of those memories? Yet what of these memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those deaths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. A trip down literal memory lane. Let's go. Once you are below, you should proceed through the Aetoscope in the central observatory. This is where the objective lens is located. We can manipulate it to direct an ethereal current deeper into the sea. Though it should assist you in every way possible, it is your journey to make. When you are ready, I bid you step forth. I hope to guide you via link pearl while you're inside, but given the density of ether, I'm not sure how long the connection will hold. Even if you can't hear me, however, be assured that I'm watching over you. Maybe our enemies are down there, but if you've beaten them once, we can beat them again. I'm more concerned about meeting with Heidelin. We may find out truth, but what if... No, I would rather not think on it. Let's move on. We've always tried to do the right thing, but we've not always been kind or merciful. I should not be surprised if some few harbored resentment for us as they passed on. We must face these truths, and meet them as they come. I now understand why these facilities are so heavily guarded. If it fell into the wrong hands, the wisdom of Heidelin can be dangerous, it is true. However, the danger is naught compared to what would result should the common folk en masse venture into the ethereal sea unprepared. Which they most certainly would, if they thought it would allow them to speak to the dead. Once that secret got out, no rational argument could dissuade people from wanting to see their loved ones, no matter how ephemeral the meeting. If some part of them reminds of the ethereal sea, do you think... Forgive me, that's not why we're here. No matter what happens, she'll always be with us, with Reen most of all. She'll tell us to live for the here and now, do what must be done, and we will. Thank Red! No! Don't make me cry already. I've seen more than enough death in my time. Friends, enemies, far too many to count. Once revenge was all I lived for, and all that hate, all that anger, what good did it do? None, that's what. Way I see, there's no point in living for the past. It's the present that needs protecting. I cannot help but think of those who were transformed into beasts. Their ether dissolved into nothingness, their souls forever lost. Yet I dare say Fandaniel still wanders the ethereal sea, as do ancients who gave rise to Zodiac, setting in motion so many cataclysmic events. If there is justice or morality at work or it governs our fates, I do not know it, nor do I think any man ever will. If Heidelin be unwilling to, or unable to divulge Meteyon's location, also see your comrades deliver to the moon, one and all. I pray, however, that this eventuality doth not come to pass. While even a sliver of hope remaineth, we must needs fight on.
I stand ever ready.
Yes. Yes. That's the team. That's the party. Let's go. Aetoscope. Here we are.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Sure can.
Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
Well then, that sounds, bad.
I have you now.
Bye, Alice. Yeet. Well, let's go then.
There!
Allow me.
I think this is a bit more quiet. Truth be told, I'm not the biggest fan of this track in particular. Oh, that's fine. I don't have to be. Still really good.
Allow me.
So many enemies. Oh, that's rubber. It's this way. Ah, the roadblock. Ah, yes. We'll be in here for about half an hour, which is something, yeah. So, yeah. Dungeon. Ill-bird. You fucker. You suck. Not in the good way.
Hold still.
You underestimate me.
Lose all stuff.
Hold still.
The souls abiding care for companions healthy. We understand. Rest well. Livia. Also,
Hold
that
still.
is Shiva's rig, I think. Yeah. Take this from me. Never will I surrender my devotion, my love, resentment, bigger than Shiva was. Yeah. Ah, Livia.
I have you now.
I didn't even need to leave there. Okay. That's easy enough to avoid.
Allow me.
Those will come back one day. Yep.
Hold still.
And 3, just get all of those out right now. Why not?
You underestimate me.
Oh boy. On my way.
Hold still.
I think it's kind of funny that I can cast Despair in this class. Because that's like the one thing I don't want, story-wise, is Despair. And I can just cast it as a spell. One, 2, 3, Paradox. 1, 2, 3.
Allow me.
On guard.
Highest.
Hold
Let's
still.
give them a show. Let's give them a show.
I keep forgetting to use Sharpcast. It's stupid. No, not that one. That one. Okay. I'm really getting into the whole of it though with Black Mage.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Oh. Alright. Well, down we go. Further into the heart of our planet than anyone has
ether is
ever
too
gone
dense.
before.
Ah, I'm losing you.
I am dense. The densest motherfucker. No. Murder! Yay! I love that you get a stack of paradox there. I don't know why I would want it in that combo, because I don't think it's AoE. It isn't. But I sure have it.
Hold still.
I sure do be getting a stack of paradox there. Is it this way? It is. Ah, there's a friend. Who is it this time?
There.
Rita.
Hold still.
That's one Rita's weapon. Yes, it is. Windows 10 update. 10? The fuck? Man. This dungeon and its feels. Man. Rude. It sure does.
I have you now.
There.
You underestimate me.
He was the best. The memory lane dungeon.
Hold still. You cannot stop us.
I don't think they will ever let us, like, forget us for.
There.
They keep bringing him up. Like once per expansion, basically. Twice in this case. Like, remember this guy? And you're like, yes. Meme. Fending. Why do I keep dropping fending gear? I am a mage. Anyway, is this Greenavard? No, it's Ritatine. Right, right. Now only his second strongest version in the game, ever since they reworked him into a solo trial. That solo trial is, woo, kinda hard, not gonna lie.
I have you now.
Alright, this. I like him a lot better ever since he got reworked, by the way. Finally, a challenge. No longer a pushover.
You cannot stop us!
You underestimate me!
Allow me.
I love that for the purposes of targeting, the walls don't exist. It's very nice. So you can just stand in them and keep casting. Very thankful for that.
On guard! On guard!
Oh god. No, I'm dropping. No. I understand in that. That's not a please, but you know. Screwed up my combo. No. Paradox. Oop. I remember when the expansion released and Paradox's potency was so high that just going Fire 3 Paradox, Blizzard 3 Paradox would be a better rotation than going through the entire Fire 4 rotation thingy. Because Paradox on release had like 600 something potency. So it would make up for the potency you lost from casting Fire 3. Whee! Upadat. And... the crystal. Oh look, it's one of those things that just kill you if you touch them. Whee! Not fantastic again, I tell you. You didn't fail him? Oh, Alpha, no! That's so cute! Oh my god. They are way too briefly on screen. So, Ritatin, when we defeated him right now, said, Lord Van Belsar, again I fail you. And if you have Alphino in the party, Alphino says you didn't fail him. Man. Those little things are just so good about this game. There's nothing on this platform. Sus. That's the way forward. Sure is. Wait, they're easy to miss because they pop up above them? And not like as a global text box. Very easy to miss. The ghost vented. No.
Hold still.
I still don't know why I get paradox stacks when I switch between the AoE combos. Those seem kind of useless, but okay. I mean, I can get some extra damage in when I use them, which is nice, I guess. Paradox is a very potent spell, even in ice. Because it's unexpected, it always deals 500 points of damage. But still, kinda weird. Minfilia! There she is! We will make you proud. Aww. I need to look at what Thancred says if you take him here. But I wanted the boys, the squad. I wanted the fam squad. I wanted Raha and Alizé specifically. And if I take Alizé, I can't like leave Alphino out of this. I need to take him too, or he'll be cranky. That I took his sister, but not him. You know how it is. Yeah, like the significance of being able to cast Paradox in the AoE combo, I don't quite understand. In my opinion, they could have just dropped that part. I want to have a Paradox stack though for the boss. Oh, there's another ad group. Oh, I forgot. Who are you? A boop! That is spelled with a P. With a B that's breasts. Money? Please. Listen.
Hold still.
It's even on the command.
I have you now.
Is your Twitch autocorrect? Is Twitch autocorrecting it or something? Because like that doesn't feel like a Nintendo approved term, if you know what I mean. Boobies. Booba even. Well, there he is. The fucker. You bitch.
So bold. So headstrong.
Amazing. I love that your devices are like, no, I'm sure my user wants to talk about breasts.
But this is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
This motherfucker. That mask, that of Alak's greatest mind. It'll take more than a bit of theater to frighten me. Oof.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far!
There!
You will persist in this folly no longer!
Okay, no, that is special cast. Is on Unite when you need him?
The stage is set!
You underestimate me!
Ah, right, that's line AoE. I remember. Oh, whoa. His left, not mine, okay.
Hold still.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
How about no? Hi, Izzy.
My, what a boorish audience you are!
You underestimate me!
Come on.
Allow me. Hold still.
He's using the other one. Oh my gosh. Amazing. He has more than one skill. Wow.
You underestimate me!
He has the left one and the right one. Amazing. Nice! First try! Let's go! Oh, you suck, man!
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Fuck you, man. Where the fuck you even go? The squad! Hi, everyone. Fending? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you pulling my legs? Oh my god. Oh, my tail, I guess. I don't have legs. I'm a snake. I am legless, as they say. Fucking fending. I got one casting piece and it was the guaranteed drop. Fucking hell. Man. How rude. And he fell back down. Big oof.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to him.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all.
Have you any memories of Meteor?
How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With them it sucked. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. my soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance. Oh, folly! But make no mistake, my life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled.
Fuck you, Veteran.
I have dredged the very depths
Among
of
Us. You fucking...
and in the detritus
you.
of existence,
You.
I
Hello.
found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception.
Why is it playing Heavensward music? I'm confused. This is Heavensward music. Through vales and forests. Sure is. I don't think we have a sad version of any FF3 music in the game, though. The extent of FF3 music we have is all the stuff they wrote for the Crystal Tower questline, and that's it. So, yeah. Also, no, that joke was fantastic. I just hate you for it. Fucking Among Us.
If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand.
To live is to suffer. Yes.
If it flies in the face of all believed right and just, death is the only solution.
Nope. There's one more.
That is my truth. My answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end?
Was this the only way?
After all these years.
Is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fantastic. Still clinging to existence, I see.
Ah, right, piece of shit.
Who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own, refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to memory, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet, dancing to another's tune.
Is that Arcee?
Sure is.
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you.
Shut the fuck up.
Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the
He is
savages.
already dead.
If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist.
You suck so much.
But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance. Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
Next time we'll find the answer together.
Even here, even now, you have every right to hate me. For the fool I was, for the monster I became. But I will not beg forgiveness. The tale of Hermes, the man who knew so much, yet understood so little, ends here.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise, I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
Alfino. I think that's the closest to a fuck you we'll ever get from that boy. Holy shit. Damn.
Come. Heidelin is waiting.
She sure do be. The waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Mom! You meet again, Vinna.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge. I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear, I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Yeah.
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return. Prepare yourselves.
It all comes together. Why not?
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there.
In any case, we've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day.
Quite every day.
Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold nothing back.
For the people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, The question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
No, I want to see what they say. Pain and despair. Hi, we're old friends. Lost count of the times I've cursed my own powerlessness. But it's the blessed moments in between that I choose to hold in my heart. Memories and possibilities. I fight to keep those things alive. When Philly and Rhyme, to say nothing of you lot. No, I would never set. I would never settle to the Follets. From the ruins of a sundered paradise did she rise to grant the star new life. As its will, long has she labored to guide her children. Make no mistake, this trial puts to proof Hydaelyn's own faith. Children bring their singular talents to bear as one, even gods may fall. Nevertheless, I prithee, throw thyself not into peril, lest our curative resources be spent. Metzar called us incomplete, pitiful creatures, he said. Maybe we are. Pain, grief, fear, they walk with us wherever we go. But we prove to him that we deserve to live. We prove to Hydaelyn, Meteon, to the universe itself, if you must. If strength is the courage to confront your failings and accept that you're worthy of another chance, to rise from the ashes while its fire still burns, bloodied but unbowed, then my friends have made me strong. Never in the past, present or future, have I found only happiness. To live is to ever be beset by hardships, great and small. Yet it is in adversity we find the strength to strive for the next moment of peace. And the next, no matter what trials we face. By this strength have the will of the gods been defied and the fortunes of men been forever changed. May it be so again this day. What, surprised to hear me and love mentioned in the same breath? I've not a heart of stone. Even in my darkest hour there were people I cared for. Mentors, comrades, that mad woman who gave her life for us. Then you and Elfina threw my eyes off a bridge and never known peace since. Yes! This is so good! This must have taken forever to make.
The last of my kind shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth!
Well then, here we go.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate? Change of arms. May the test continue.
Hold still.
Be gone!
Where near or far.
Ah!
And now this.
There!
Light unyielding.
Yes.
You're mine!
By blade.
Yep.
Together we shall overcome this.
Be gone!
You underestimate me!
Make ready!
You underestimate me!
I love that the NPCs also do it wrong the first time. Like, no spoilers. They really modeled this after a proper fight with actual players. Which is very funny.
By blade.
Also melee lens.
Crystals of light. To me.
I will not hold back.
Okay, where are we starting, boys? This
Here.
one, good.
This will hurt.
I will not
Here.
hold back.
The song of creation's end. Feel. The sorrow at hope's demise. Think. And find your way in the darkness.
This is so good.
Allow me.
Bye, Alize.
Follow your light. Or fly, my children, and never look back.
And the thundering kick. So good. Oh, I love this fight.
Then you are resolved.
Steve, away with you.
But this test is far
You
from over.
cannot stop us.
Be gone!
By crystal's
Hold
light.
still.
Be gone!
Light unyielding.
I will not hold back.
Something special for you.
Refulgence eternal.
Might. Be gone!
Hold still.
Be gone!
We're near or far.
You underestimate me.
Try and stop me!
Go, Raha! Go! Move! Move, you cat boy!
Tell me, we're high or low? You cannot stop us!
Be gone! You're mine!
I will not hold back!
Okay. Stop it.
My blade!
Oh boy, why are you leaving? Come on, the spare cast finish. Yes!
You underestimate me!
Succumb not to fear!
I have you now.
Be gone!
You underestimate me.
Ah, yeah, this. Ah, this is going to suck.
I have
Be
you
gone!
now.
This part, not good as Black Mage. Oh boy.
There.
Light unyielding!
I have you now.
You underestimate me!
Please don't be red. It's, of course it's red.
We're near or far!
Something special for you.
You're
Fucking
mine!
hell. Of course it was red.
Be gone! Be gone! Be gone!
That's fine. I can easily evade that.
You cannot stop us!
You'll be fine.
My turn. Be gone!
I have you!
You underestimate me!
And there we go. No death. Woo! Easy. And now it is time to sad. I hope everyone has brought tissues.
Man has the strength to.
I trust you still in one piece. I sure am. Something to suffice. Something Heidelin. I love also the I really love the stuff that's happening here in the chat, which I had no time to read, but like I was like, just a little more. We will stand our ground. The world face doth rest on the shoulders. We cannot fall here. That it is telling us, run, Nidhogg. Alice is like, we will succeed. And then Gra just, now is the chance, Rain. My love. The only one who says her name is the best cat boy. Time to sad. I'm joking, but I'll probably cry again.
No, this can't be happening.
I sure can.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yep.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azum, yes? As Heidelin, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azum's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
You'll find a way, Vina.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Yep. I'm glad to see you well. Though you could roughly place your souls deep as you went, you could neither see nor hear you. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feed our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin somewhere without delay. You'll find Meteor if it's the last thing we do. If you won't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. Navigatory one, that's better pronunciation. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars. You're determined to see this through? We are. Should worlds fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. You know that it pains you to accept this. I would that I need to ask something more of you. Yet we have only two means to travel the great expanse. The moon and Sharian's Ark. I'm all too aware that without both of them, there will be no exodus, but I nevertheless beg you to honor the agreement we made. Yeah. Remember when we killed God? We did it again. Whoops! The forum's decision will be honored. You've earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not. I would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself Fidolin is never easy. And despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day? Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Oh. I can still not listen to that song without tearing up. Also, it really doesn't help that the Charlene theme uses the motifs from Flow. And I've waited for you patiently all this time. Through rivers and lakes and horizons. Aha, I've been expecting you. Heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep. If you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to our records. Ah, Midgard Soma, look at him.
There you are. Some time, indeed, yes. For you, at least.
Hi, Hitlerbeers.
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, You too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder.
What a weird dream.
Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
I am under the water. Please help me. I'm drowning. Ooh. Oh no, my Jamaican accent is shit. Don't make me sing that song, please. Also, I don't want to get copyright strike slam dunked by Disney. I'd rather not. Alright, I trust you've a good rest. An envoy of Master of Fortuno arrived not long ago with a message. The Loporits have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather the Restra. We'll meet you there, along with the others. Remember the race. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loporits have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by means of a crystal bequeathed to us by Hydaelyn herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed. How then are we able to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad of other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to a destination and back. However, if we integrate your hyperhopper into your ether burner, you should be able to fire things up and jump your away to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean... Bear in mind, this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loporits' proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the forum was swayed by the simple fact that Hydaelyn believed he possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Hydaelyn's own making. Therefore, if at the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of the star. This is why we have chosen to place our faith in Hydaelyn, in you. The Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds in the Magna Glaciers. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of Adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary. They have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loporrits too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening when we said we were born of Hydaelyn's love for Etheris and its people? It means to your survival for your survival. If it means to your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of your expertise when where you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life, an otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Etheris until you brought us here, Urianger. And now we are enamored with the place, so that we choose. So what choice do we have but to save it? Of course, none of this was possible without you and the science. So I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? You couldn't stop us if you tried. Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision, and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loporrits will coordinate the Ilsabat contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower of the Beal. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. It would seem there's naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? So soon. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive how one can best prepare to brave the domain we're down in this Coven's Hall. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trials that await. For lack of any other feasible options at this stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon as we are. Which leaves the not-so-small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tartaru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your safe return. Mayhap it will affect the dynamis for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest. Make the most of the time you've been afforded. Hmm? The meeting's over, isn't it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured, everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Actually, Rain, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have just finished, meet us back at the Baldassian Annex, alright? Come with me to the Agora. I have something to show you. This is the quest, isn't it? Where you unlock the stuff. Pretty sure it is. I'm very certain that was unlocked before you go to the finale. Very certain of that fact, actually. Yes. That's the shop right there. Hello. Welcome, Rain, to Tatarutaru's boutique. I've always done my best to provide the signs with fashionable attire. But in your case specifically, I make an extra effort to strive for the most functional yet stylish clothing one could ask for. Not that I'm playing favorites, but you are the warrior of light. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisan, I've completed my career-defining masterpiece. But an inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Savnarian refugees, I decided to set up a shop here in Sharian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works. Perish the thought. Vassarud, how are things coming along? Everything's in order. Mistress Tataru, we'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here. To be your very first patron. Would you mind waiting here for a moment longer? I did not expect to find you here. I imagine Nidana would also wish to offer her regards. No, I'll not try. Oh, fuck it. No, I will not try the accent. Alas, after delivering her dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the ether burner. The simulacrum too will stay in Charlian while I oversee matters at Radzatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days of anything else. It also allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Vashan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they are at last returned to home to Radzatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt have a boon to the artistry and commerce of Warland. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express my gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to see what kind of wonders we come up with. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Totaro. Before coming here, I heard the word of Form's decision, of what will soon be attempted. It was only then that I finally understood why my father called the star the last bastion of hope. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey into the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to the star. Would that Arwen were alive to see it. I will not see his sacrifice squandered, nor shall I rest until the Radzatan is returned to its former glory. Forgive me, but I may take my leave. Fare you well, and remember, the people of the star have not yet given up hope, and neither must you. Bye. Where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Rhino boy, whatever are you doing here? And you boutique, you say? I've been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something a little more flair, perhaps, fitting a man of my station. Although I have nowhere to flaunt such remorse, so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fontaine, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlian. Thus do I toil through every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I even suffered the company of that brute Sickard to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one who granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead of his otherwise welcome absence. But now burdened with extra busy work. And without Honorar here, there's no one to prepare my meals. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies of Stamford were lacking in every respect. If the hearty meal is what you're after, I suggest the last stand. The cafe and the pier? The cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I'll give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now. Maybe the cuisine doesn't look appetizing to you, lordling. But it's the best food you'll get on this damn island. Because everything else tastes horrible. Man. Well, is that Rain and Tataru I spy? Yes. Perfect music for him. Hancock! What are you still doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods is well beyond my purview. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the northern seas? Worry not, I will return straightways to Kugane once I've finished. Of course you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me. The industrious woman running the new boutique. I'm not blind to the travails of those who fight in the front of lines to deliver us from ruin. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devoutly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru. Fair enough. There's not more I can do to help ready the Ark and the heroes for their maiden voyage. But on your return, I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly, given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldana Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. I'll appreciate the gesture. Thank you. Oh. Will there be lemon cakes? Oh, a man of tart tastes, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I drive in more of Tataru's ire. Until next we meet. I love him. He's so good. Is there one more? Truly? Aren't we done? I just put Erenville over there. I think. Oh, that might be another cleaner. Oh, Rain, decided to spend your time in the markets, did you? Oh. Yay. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge! I take it work at the Ark proceeds apace? That does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Sharlayan and Radzatan has been a rewarding experience, and that is to say nothing of of what we've learned from the labyrinths. The Ark is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure to work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. Can't wait for you to see it. That's Moa's voice. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Sharlayan. Alpha! I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in a good time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us in Sharlayan. Good thing, too. I don't know how he does it, but he's a knack for brightening your day just being there. So cute. It's still hard to believe that we have a means to send you off at the greatest expense, though. The farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I've never thought I'd live to see such marvels, yet here I am. More often than not, you and the science are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked at a Kakar chocobo. There's that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you, Rain. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing. For a brighter future. That we do, my friend. That we do. I love them so much. Oh. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with the refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should be going. Still a few more supplies together before we return. Ah, so cute. Yay! Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Vasarud and Palakasland. Haven't we met before? Yes, it was you who helped us at Purusha. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Totaro, and I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times, you must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home and return to Tavernae, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute I did by helping make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battle to come. I'm sure they will. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Walking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows, and even a certain insufferable someone's Ruby Bazaar. We were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first proud tear when I was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when you all returned to us. I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevered time and time again. For all the joy we've shared, there's been much sorrow as well. But I've long since learned you can't have one without the other. Which is why I promised to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your journey, from your journey. In addition to your new ensemble, we have Raymonds, I don't fucking know what that word is, and weaponry for every need, so please feel free to browse our stock. Raymond? I don't know. Ding. Geeb. Wait, is that even the correct one? Yes. Geeb. 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 I'm running out of space in my arsenal. In case anyone's wondering what those locks mean, they can't be dyed until you finish the job quest. Ooh, fancy. Ooh, it spins. No headgear for me, though. Well, I don't like the Black Mage hats anyway. I realize you've still got lots to do before you depart, so I won't keep you any longer. I do hope you can find a moment for yourself, and that the others can as well. They said they were returning to the Baldessian Annex, though I doubt they stayed for long. If you decide to go looking for them, I suggest you speak with Kryl first. I'm sure they would have told her their plans. Ah, that's a quest, right? The mysterious locked box. You're back. I take it you received your gift from Tataru. It was a surprise long in the making, with many, many long hours of fretting to get everything just right. I'm glad to see it realized with great success. If you're looking for the others, though, they've already taken their leave. Yashoda, Thancred, and Orion J have gone to the last stand for a bite to eat. Alice Agra, meanwhile, thought their time would be better spent poring over books at the Numenon. As for Alfino and Estinian, well, they've elected to pay a visit to the Livelier estate. Though Estinian seemed somewhat reluctant to go. I'm sure they would all be glad for your company. If you mind to seek them out. Should you be feeling peckish, I suggested in the last stand before Shona and the others finish eating. But above all else, it would be foolish to run headlong into battle a fatigued mess. So do remember to get a good night's sleep. Nero! No, I'm not neglecting my duties. Honestly, I'm not allowed even a moment to myself. A genius needs time to reflect on his thoughts, you know? They are truly a marvel, and I count myself fortunate having had the opportunity to help build it. I pity I did not come here sooner. Oh, the things I could have done with the fruits of their research. Not that it's any of your business, mind you. Though I suppose I could have found a way to apply that knowledge to further improvements to the Ark as well. I love Nero. Rain, come to make a trio quartet, have you? Please have a seat. Let me see about getting you a drink.
Your business with Chitauri was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Truly.
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Good question.
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her.
You've nothing left to prove. Not to Reen, nor Minfilia.
Is aught the matter?
No, it's nothing. I just... Well, lately I find myself surprised at how much I've changed. How much we've all changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change.
Yes.
With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much will change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess, I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to affect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well,
thank you.
Shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Leaving so soon. Suppose it's the best. If you'd rather not explore the bottom of the bottle with your young Jay. I dare say the others would welcome your company as well, if you can find them those. In any case, as long as you make the most of your time, then that is all that matters. Pudding way! Ah, Brain, I've come to this study in order to study the ways of pudding. Alas, my creations don't jiggle as they should just yet. Ah, but I persevere. Pudding way! I know. This sleepy beans.
Oh. Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love, you deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be...
Nice to see you awake, Raha.
Wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
You sure did. You look so
Not that
cute.
there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Just leaves.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
Okay.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Just enjoy a little peace and quiet. gods, I didn't realize I was so tired. One moment I was resting my eyes, and the next. I should go and get some air. Maybe a quick bout of training, but not sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. That's enough reading for one day. As I don't know how long we'll be away, I'd best return these books before I depart. Indeed, I'm absolutely famished. What about you? Let's see. Perhaps I'll stop at the last time on my way back. Pudding! Pudding way! Pudding! Pudding good. Final. And Justinian, I guess. He should also be there. There they are. Oh my god. Justinian in proper clothes. What is this?
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face. But I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
I suppose I ought to thank you both as well.
Well, we needn't make it a competition. You know, this must be what Heidling meant when she spoke about depending on one another. However treacherous the road before us, together we will prevail.
Well then. Welcome back, Rain. I returned to to catch a final few wings before embarking on your mission, I presume. You'll be happy to know your chambers have been cleaned and fresh linens laid out. I pray you enjoy your sweetest dreams on this final night before the big day.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
So it dawns, the day of reckoning.
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium, to stand with you all as we confronted the truth of the star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule. Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteon. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
You too, Tataru. I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. What did I say words of wisdom to share with you ere you depart? Mayhap the teachings of God of Baldestian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find true strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation. I think, but for me, it would be things to cherish. I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture into the Sea of Stars. Down we go! Hi everyone! Alpha. Small.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder. But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return. So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisois not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Such a good name.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrits' magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you.
When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way.
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
If you would come this way, I will direct you to the bridge. Let's go! Actually, I should have picked up something to drink.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
Sure is.
This is Fortuno. Can you hear me? The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
Let's go.
So, are we ready?
As ready as can be, I'd say.
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. once again, with feeling.
No, I'll do it. Go!
Engage!
Engage!
Woo! This is so cool. This is so awesome. Go!
That I must carry landwalkers into the sky! I cannot imagine a greater indignity!
Do not sulk so, for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Let's go. This is so cool. Here we are.
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch.
All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteion, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any. But everything will be fine, I'm sure. Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive and the vessel will shake a good bit.
What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Greetings.
Hi.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
Meteion.
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you. We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end. Where those who yet valiantly cling to life cannot thrive.
Oh, thank God.
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Meteion has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last at Dream's End.
Hi, Hiflodius.
In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the stage, ever shall there be
No,
more
that's
tales to
Emmett
tell.
Is it both now?
So, let them bring it to a close, I say.
It is! It's both! That's
Let
so
the
good!
curtains fall upon this. The final chapter in the tale of the star.
It's both of them! That's so good!
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. The environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
I can't guarantee you'll be of help in these strange surrounds, but I've readied a provisions note in case of emergency. Of course, if you encounter any real danger here, I expect you return to the Ragnarok at once. We're fortunate this place can support life, albeit barely. I suspect given the torpid, stale quality of the air. But never mind that, we must find Thancred. Let's begin our search from the prow of the ship. It seems as good a direction as any. Try not to stay too far, lest we lose sight of one another. This skybox. Dragons. Yep. This will never be not the prettiest skybox in the game. There's no way they can make one that looks better than this. Ruins. What of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything? The metallic pillar has been partially melted, like sometime in the distant past. The damage does not appear to have been inflicted deliberately. Rather, it caused by the indiscriminate destruction often wrought in heat of battle. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design on top suggests it's man-made, though its builders were surely not men as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I've seen this pattern before. You have. You have seen this pattern before. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. A poor decision in hindsight. Besides, the light from the ship is all shrouded in darkness. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island. If you can call it that. Surrounded by floating debris. I love the filter they used for this. As I feared. Still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense that it's drawing close. Then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. I think I might see something over there. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. Huh? What? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should research elsewhere. Agreed. We only found more questions than when we are in desperate need of answers. That's fair. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's port side that we had to explore. Let us try searching there then. Why can't you see the dragon? Rain, a word before we join the others. Okay. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgardsorm and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live in Atheris? Better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons that can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? Just... when you realize you're on the remnants of the Dragon Star? This is all that's left? No.
Dragons? Here?
Yes.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh, yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words. Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send. I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed. Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled here. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business. Huh?
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Soul without body, a form of being which we are not fully familiar. Indeed, for we existed in a similar state when residing in the first. The circumstances are rather more dire than that, 'tis true. But I choose to believe he is not forever lost to us. Regardless, in sacrifice he hath afforded us a chance to prevail. Let us not squander it, and ascertain the nature of this realm that we might confront and defeat Meteion. Stinian, Rain, would you accompany me in speaking with these dragons? Perhaps they can enlighten us. I would ask the rest of you to survey these surrounds. If there is a path that may lead us to a quarry, we must find it. Very well, we can reconvene here when everyone is finished. Meteion said these dragons are shadow and shade, from a world whose denizens sought oblivion. As such, they are not like to be amenable to company, let alone conversation, so please be careful. Let us split up and gather what knowledge we may. An etherite. A visitor out of this star. Could thy slender hand bring plague to our world? Thy breath extinguish the life's feeble flame? Or how we would adore thee, alas. With time our flesh shall wither, our souls fade, and so we wait for its inexorable march into oblivion. If thou art not come to hasten our demise, I bid thee leave us. We crave not companionship, only silence. Beyond the distant veil, paradise lost. So glorious, so beautiful. We were a proud and noble race, strength embodied. We knew only love before they came. Real monstrosities of black and silver. No bonds of blood did they share. No conviction did they have to guide them. Crushing defeat, never had we known such shame. Stilled now are the winds, though none could fill these wings burdened by ignominy. We fly no more, only sink into oblivion. Thou wouldst bid me speak? Folly. I observe a lesson of stone. I shall not fly, nor speak, nor roar. Only watch and wait and end. But one sight yet stirreth in my blood. Tempteth me to raise my voice in lamentation. Amnol, the cradle of unsung dragons. No words, no songs are possessed of the weight to describe such tragedy. Go if that be thy will, I shall remain. They led you here as well, did they? Was described to me as the source of their woes and proof of their end. I'm beginning to see why. As a hatching ground, it is a hatching ground, or was, similar to those seen on Atheris. Midgard's almost kind must have once lived and thrived in a place such as this. Vitra said his father was driven from their ancestral home by war and strife. This, then, is the fate of those who remained. Let's have a look around. Maybe these eggs have more to tell of what happened here. What's this? I thought all the eggs had been ruined. If the dragonette was indeed hatched, there's no sign of it here, or its sire for that matter. We should look for them. We start with the cliff tops, I'll search the plains. Why do I have to attack it? Why you do this to me, game? Oh. Everything alright? I thought I had a dragon, or something resembling one. Ah, I see what's happened here. Was that your child? Perhaps. Some eggs in them lulled, indeed mine. If life within one did quicken, the beast thou hast slain may be of my blood. Yet I do not recognize it, twisted and malformed as it is. Not a dragon in truth, but a reminder of our failure. A testament to our shame. Explain. They descended from the heavens, cold, heartless machines, and with them rode war and death. With fire and fury, rage and rancor, we gave answer. 'Twas a long and bloody battle, but only the beginning. Untold chaos, destruction swept over the star. In the end, the invaders were victorious. Yet when they looked upon their prize, they deemed it unfit for requisition. We were abandoned to our ruin. The survivors sought to put away their shame, to rebuild, a futile effort. The purest soil replete with ether did we once cultivate our nesting grounds. But our lands were barren, and any eggs nurtured in such desolation were fated to rot. What few survived to had emerged as abominations, we shall have no new progeny. But there are dragons among you capable of journeying to other stars. That they are. Many would make the attempt, each bearing a clutch of eggs. The richest stars were home to the harshest rulers, and the arrival of dragons incited contest for supremacy. When the fires faded, the war lost and won. They too were reduced to ash and waste. It is the curse of those who seek life, to be drawn to conflict, to conquer or be conquered. A vicious cycle we now choose to break. We tire of conflict, of everything. We wait now in sweet, merciful silence, free from strife and suffering, still as stone. Wait, you claim your kind is doomed, but there's another star. They want only to brood in silence, to be left alone with their grief until time itself comes to an end. The sole reward for senseless bloodshed. And a pain I understand and wish that I did not. What fools we were. But now isn't the time for such thoughts. The others will want to hear what we've learned. Come. Were you able to establish any meaningful contact with the dragons? I see. They wish to escape what they perceive to be a cycle of conflict. Thank you, Rain Astinian. For our part, I believe we are more acutely aware of our confines than before. We started by traversing the perimeter of the island to see if there might be a path leading off of it. Sadly, there was nothing to be found. There's no small amount of debris floating about. Could there be enough to serve as a bridge to lead us elsewhere? I considered that, so I tried throwing a stone onto a potential platform to judge its integrity. But it never reaches its mark. As it crossed an invisible threshold just beyond the boundaries of this island, it vanished, only to reappear above me and fall at my feet. It would be too quick to pressure, to presume that what we see outside the space as it appears. It is why I returned to the Ragnarok and asked the Loporits to search for a potential path. However, the ship's instrument failed to provide conclusive data on the surrounding area. Until we know more, I think it's too risky to attempt flying to another island. What Meteon told us before, that emotions dictate the reality here, might be the key, but we're not entirely sure what emotion might manifest a bridge to lead us to safety. So what you're saying is that we have no way forward. At present, if it is indeed emotion that governs this island, perhaps it is not Meteons, but the dragons that holds us here. They tire of conflict and have chosen a path of oblivion to escape it. Or rather, they've chosen no path at all, meaning there's no way for the dragons, or anyone here on this island to advance. A sound theory, disheartening though it may be. If that is the case, what recourse do we have? They're not like to be persuaded to help us. The reasoning is built on a history of turmoil and strife. Without irrefutable proof, the future is not as bleak as they may believe it to be. That persuasion is not the answer. Meteon meant to unmake us and then and there in the Ragnarok, and she would have succeeded if not for Thancred's determination. She considered it was strong enough to overpower the despair that otherwise rules Otin and reshape it to a degree. Perhaps it can be done again in the like manner, by overpowering the prevailing emotions. 'Twas Ultima Thule's architect, Meteon herself, against whom Thancred did pit himself in a clash of wills, though he marked no leader among them. As such, I did chance to encounter a dragon possessed of despair far more potent than most. Potent enough, mayhap, to dictate the course of others, and thus their domain to follow. He spoke but few words, carefully chosen, their tone and timbre alone threatening to rend my heart in twain. Challenging his desire to remain may allow us to alter the alignment upon we stand. Alas, I fear my vaunted rhetoric availed me naught against his calcifying heart. But mayhap one of you will fare better. And I shall guide thee. Alen, they call him, in the dragon tongue. Thou wilt find him nearby, eyes fixed upon the water. Well, what have we to lose? Let's get going. Yep.
He remaineth as he was when I first approached, entombed in melancholy.
I see. Perhaps I could...
I'll handle this.
So, waiting to die like all the others, are you?
This
So you say. Yet your kind has found a new beginning on our star. One of you braved the Expanse, bearing with him a clutch of eggs. They and their children now rule our skies, their song heard by all. They suffered much, and repaid their suffering in kind. Had your brethren made the selfsame choice, my family might still be alive. Yet lasting peace does not come to those who simply retreat from conflict. No, you must be willing to confront it, to stare into the face of your foe, and see yourself in him. Only then can you break the cycle of torment and tragedy. This lesson, a dear friend taught me at the risk of his life. There is no nobility in your penance. You wallow in self-pity. And after everything we've endured, we will not let you stop us.
Estinian!
Stay back!
Theirs is the emotion that bars our way. The rest is up to you.
Justinian.
No! Not Justinian too!
There's a wind.
He's opened the way for us.
He sure has.
Sacrificed himself to remake this place. Like Thancred did.
Oh, Alphino.
Come. Let us follow the wind. It will not lead us astray. He would not.
Look at there, the wind. This is Justinian's doing, I'm sure of it. We should ride this flow and see where it leads. Whee! A powerful gale. Yep, 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 yep. He did it. He found a way to war for us. Dragons remain trapped within a prison of their own making, lamenting the horrors of war. Yet Justinian knew them better than most. He was a man of honor and a dear friend, willing to fight to the very end for what he believed was right. And he's still fighting Alphino, just like Thancred. The sacrifices are why we can survive here, why we still have a chance to stop her. Even in spirit, they are unwilling to give in to despair, but we mustn't either. Alice is right, we must press on, for their sake. Looks so cool. I wonder what these are. Let's just turn it out, as I said. We must continue. Notice the change in our surroundings. Perhaps this is a memory of an altogether different world. It would be prudent to learn more of it then. Tread carefully, lest we lose our footing in the sand. Well, not only for the violet crystal embedded in the surface, it appears an ordinary stone. Curious script hath been etched upon them. Alas, it's not a language with which I'm familiar. I cannot say I recognize it either. Nor I. The dragons, from what I recall, preserve their knowledge in song and actually the written word entirely. So you may assume this is the work of another race, one we have yet to encounter. Meteor claimed the dragons would suffer a slow death, seeking the release of oblivion. What will life we find here, like as not, doth wend its way toward a similar end. What do you suppose that is over there? I'm not sure. It's hard to make out its existence, but its surface seems to bear the same crystals as this monument. Meaning there's a chance we may find whoever built them both. We should go and have a look. Come on. Hail, travelers. This is a most unexpected occurrence. Hello there. Is this your home? Indeed it is. Forgive me. I had forgotten. An exchange of introductions is expected when first meeting those with whom one is unacquainted. When the vibration of vocal folds was still required to convey our thoughts and attention, Ia, I believe, was the pronunciation used when referring to us. Though it is not entirely applicable given our present state, you are welcome to use this appellation. As for nomenclature to address my individual person, I believe it would be pronounced Kofkudik. Yes. Kofkudik of the ear. We have encountered beings that communicate intermittently through thought, but never one that is wholly without voice. I presume we are having this conversation via a medium of ether, or dynamis, as the space is suffused with vast quantities of it. Fascinating in either case. I gather your response to my presence is positive, then. That is well, for there is something I wish to ask of you. Like yourself, we are ether-based life forms. Therefore, it may be surmised that your bodies are of comparable biological composition to those you once possessed. I have a number of queries regarding your subjective perception of the five senses: sight, sound, taste, touch, and smell. In total, I've prepared 198,712,180,827. That is rather a lot, isn't it? My apologies. I've omitted great many details necessary to understand the nature of my request. Though we dispensed with our corporeal vessels long ago, we have rediscovered a need of the flesh, and are endeavored to recreate our erstwhile forms. However, all pertinent records have been lost due to the passage of time. Take, for example, the nervous system. It is well within our power to recreate, but we have no frame of reference for sensations once experienced by our people, which may compromise our ability to interact with our physical environment. The reason you need to regain corporeal forms? Why, to bring an end to our existence, of course. Though need is perhaps too strong a word, it would be a simple matter to unmake ourselves through the use of etheric exsanguinators, but such a death seems inadequate. The traditionalists among us believe proper death requires an inescapable sense of impermanence in one's final moments, an experience found only with bodies of flesh. We should very much like to hear more of your plans. In exchange, we will answer any questions you have to the best of your ability. Such an exchange of information would indeed prove useful. Well. To ensure a efficacious exchange, I hereby invite you to our home. Yes, the abode of the ear, where we traditionalists prepare for our demise. I presume your consent to answer questions is indicative of a tacit approval of our plans, in which case your cooperation is greatly appreciated. I must caution you, however, to be mindful of the ear wandering the desert. The desire for bodies of flesh would be described as overzealous. Now, if you would follow me. This is going rather smoothly. Not that I'm complaining, mind. Even so, you mustn't forget their aim is oblivion, much like the dragons. They fail to see why a civilization so seemingly advanced would choose to unmake all they've created. At any rate, we will find no answers idling here. Let us be on our way. Welcome to our abode. Most of our compeers you will find remain idle in their domiciles, though your quizzical expressions indicate my phrasing is unclear. I speak, of course, of the violet crystalline constructs hanging from the stone structures here. You say they remain idle, but what of your work to regain corporeal bodies? An astute question, and understandable given your finite nature. You've no desire to pursue research, for it is no longer necessary. If, in our idleness, we are struck by sudden inspiration, we rise to pursue said inspiration to its conclusion. That is why I was present for your arrival, and why I continue to engage with you still. But while the others are not currently in a mortal state, rest assured they would not object were you to disturb their respite. You need only cast your thoughts toward one of their crystalline domiciles to communicate. No response. You wish to speak? Very well. Pray a moment if you would. Why we seek our end, you ask? If you wish to know, I will tell you. Just a moment, I must remember. What form did I take when I last emerged? Ooh, water. Alien water. But no problem to be swimming in it. Did your inquiries yield satisfactory responses? I see. If they fail to answer, then it is likely because their minds have unraveled due to prolonged idleness. They are naught but concentrated ether now. Worry not, there are no others who need of those lodgings, and they will not provide a hindrance to remain as they are. But more importantly, you said some few did answer your request to an audience, yes? I imagine they will be with us ere long. I had no luck, but everyone else fared well enough. Quite a few here have awakened. Ah, there they are. I introduce you to Lalak, Dutik, and Nidig. Yeah. It has been too long, I dare say. Set 4 has since completed an orbit. Indeed, until the travelers brought it to my attention. I hadn't noticed how unraveled some had become. Travelers are, of course, the ones who wish to know why we seek to regain corporeal forms. The truth of the matter is as plain as to see as the neighboring systems, but my single account would fail to satisfy the requirement of scientific objectivity. Thus did I bid them awaken you. Am I the only one who struggles to tell who's speaking? Nay, thou art not. In the absence of corporeal forms and the divergence they afford, mayhap such similarity in voice is unavoidable. By the way, have you already observed the requisite custom for the travelers? That which one is expected to do when receiving guests, a matter of proper form. Ah, yes, so long has it been, it had completely escaped my mind. And it still does. What was it again? I can't seem to remember. Neither do I. Pity. I was hoping you would. Perhaps we can search the archives for the answer. Come now. The archives have long been frozen, lest we subject ourselves to further dolor. Surely you crawl that much. Ah, of course. Food. The custom is to serve food. Beings of flesh such as they must regularly replenish the ether. By contributing to the replenishment, we communicate a friendly intention. Ah, that's right! We duly invite you to join us in communal repast, after which we may engage in leisurely conversation. We have a chance to learn something, then I see no reason to decline. Excellent. If you would care to follow, we shall feast on the purest ether. Wherever the fuck you found that ether. Did I already? No. Let me grab this teleport right here. Boop. This facility is where we replenish our ether. There's no particular name for it, but we traditionalists sometimes use the word restaurant. Now then, if we would trade your place with your comrades, the space will soon be awash with purest ether. Please absorb as much as you like. That's a bit of a suspicious circle. You brace yourself for a rush of sweet, sweet ether, but nothing seems to happen. Perhaps you need to wait a little longer. Weird. Just as I had suspected. As meticulously as one might recreate it, the ES home. This is ultimate thought. One cannot simply generate ether here. As recreations of our friends are oblivious to this fact. To the very truth of their existence, much like the phantoms of the created Amoret. However appearances may seem, we must ever be mindful that this is memories of the dead with whom we deal. So, did you have your fill of ether? Alas, we couldn't absorb it. A deficiency in our forms, it would seem. Oh, how very unfortunate. May I ask how you normally replenish your ether? Through your mouths, you say? How very primitive and quaint. To think the mouths serve not for only to expel sound, but to draw in sustenance besides. Such life forms have long since vanished from our systems. Though as we regrettably could not partake in your magnificent feast, rest assured we feel your welcome most keenly. In the course of acquainting ourselves with their sophisticated ways, however, we could not fail but wonder, wherefore do you wish to obtain vessels of flesh, and thence to vanish? Will you not favour us with an explanation? Your flesh and blood beings are always so hasty. It does have its charm, however. Very well, we shall indulge you. In the beginning, when Ea yet possessed corporeal bodies, our ancestors dedicated themselves to the pursuit of knowledge and technological advancement. By transcending all limitations, we believed we would eliminate sorrow and abide in true happiness. From the tangible such as land to the intangible such as labor, there exist myriad hindrances to progress. But the most confining of all was the flesh itself. Our natural lifespan was distressingly middling, you see. Too short to enjoy unhurried lives, yet too long to be considered disposable. Furthermore, to simply maintain the integrity of our bodies demanded considerable resources. But we managed to solve this problem. After long years, we discovered how to become non-corporeal entities with everlasting lives, untroubled by the failures of the flesh. Thus changed, we had more time and freedom to continue our scientific pursuits. We went on to make ever greater strides in our quest to transcend all limitations, until we finally decided to challenge the last of them, the limit of knowledge. That is to say, deciphering the laws of creation. We sought to discover how the universe came into being and explain all extant phenomena, and thence predict the future. If we could but achieve this, we believed that we would be free from uncertainty and anxiety. And did you find the answers you sought? Yes, we did. Our efforts revealed to us a fundamental truth. Knowledge of said truth is essential for the continuation of our conversation. If you would learn more, we will share it with you. No, we mustn't. Primitive as they are, it would be unspeakably cruel to deprive them of their ignorance. They are possessed of corporeal forms. Their lives are readily ended. As those who have gone before, is it not a duty to warn them? What thinkest thou? We have deliberated and come to a consensus. If you are resolved to know, we will disclose to you the truth we discovered, the truth of the universe. Seek us at the stone pillars just outside the bounds of the abode, a place called Elegia. Elegia, even. Maybe. Fundamental truth. We will hear it, of course. Let us learn what has led to such an enlightened people to its indolent end. Ere we turn the ear, there's one trifling matter I would fain investigate. Rain, Grahatia, might trouble you for your assistance. But of course. My thanks. We shall head outside the abode if you would kindly follow me. I know not what mischief you're plotting, Oriente, but I trust you have best interests at heart. The rest of us shall go into Elegia. Lest you worry, we won't start without you. I love that these are here. The Luminons. Uh-oh. Or Luminion even. Aye, this place shall serve. Is the spring that you wish to investigate? Pray forgive me, my friends, but there's naught to investigate. 'Twas but a pretense to speak in private. You have our undivided attention. As we've established here in Ultima Thule, those denizens of ruined stars are recreated in their twilight days. Yet one question doth arise in my mind. So faithfully formed are the simulacra, they believe themselves yet amongst the living. How dost thou suppose this is possible? I'm inclined to agree. Promethean can take the emotions of others as her own. I dare say she would be able to recreate them more faithfully than she had relied on, than had she relied on any historical account. By which logic, she must have visited them while they were still alive. The dragons and the ear both. So too did I theorize, and upon that assumption, consider how those two races may have met their demise. According to thine own tale, Metean perceived the emotions of those nearby as her own, a heightened sense of empathy intrinsic to her nature as an intellect. In the course of her starfaring journey, she encountered beings who strongly desired the cessation of their existence. She would be powerless before that desire. Even as she possesses the power to grant it, the power of Dynamis. 'Tis my supposition that, overwhelmed by their longing for death, Metean did unleash Dynamis and ushered the dragons and the ear to the doom. Of course, such was as always the outcome, for many stars did she find already lost to ruin. In order to create a terminus, however, the fervent desire for end is essential. Therefore, should you struggle to find the way forward, pray ask yourselves this. In the place where you stand, who's the soul that yearns most desperately for oblivion? Why do you tell us this now? Never again would I betray your trust. This pledge I made to my comrades. In bringing thee into my confidence, I would remain true to my word. As for thee, let us consider it my fitting reward for the secrets I harbored for the Crystal Exarch. I once placed my faith in thy chosen path, walking at thy side, full knowing that we were bound for thy demise. I ask now that thou returnest the favor, and abide in faith as I fulfill mine own destiny. If you say my debt has come due, how am I to refuse? 'Tis too indelicate of me, I know full well. I can but beg for thy forgiveness. Yet even if I must needs to go such lengths, I cannot well feign ignorance of the answer I found within you. The answer to the question, in what moment might I stand strongest? After all we've been through, I will say only this. Do what you must. Do what you must and see your conviction through. I shall, my friend, I shall. Without further ado, then, let us go join our comrades. Let's be off to Glaya. Elegaya. Leg. To leg. Leg it. I'll teleport. Pocket. I have 1.5 million gil at my disposal. I can teleport. I'm rich. Motherfuckers. It seems everyone is accounted for. Shall we then?
Please continue. Tell us about this truth you discovered.
Very well. Bear in mind, however, that the purpose of this conversation is not to impart scholarly knowledge, for such requires that you comprehend the subject matter, which you will not. We will forego the intricacies of our scientific methodology and deal only with the conclusion, the end of our society and our world. We acknowledge, with regret, that your star is in the midst of the same panic-induced cataclysm that befell Deneb 3. As such, in order to avoid causing undue distress, we will refrain from explicitly stating how much time you have remaining.
You are entirely too kind. I pray you recount your tale as you see fit.
In the beginning, the universe was but a tiny particle. Then suddenly, this particle began to expand. Having remained entirely in the bounds of your star, the phenomenon may be difficult for your kind to grasp. But this expansion has since continued unabated. Speculating that the universe could not grow indefinitely, we sought to learn what might occur, and made a worrying discovery. The stars will continue to spread apart, as will their finite thermal energies. Eventually, all heavenly bodies will grow cold and freeze. No new stars will be born, and the universe will enter into an eternal ice age. hopes of proving that this determination was erroneous. We scrutinized our research from all angles, even as we sought to avert the everlasting winter. The endeavor proved fruitless. So infamously so, in fact, that it became synonymous with vain effort. The universe as we know it would end, and there is no way to prevent it. Beneath the weight of this knowledge, our society stagnated. Though we had time still, it was a cold comfort. Why strive for anything when desolation is assured? When our wealth of wisdom, accumulated since the dawning of our kind, would be forever lost. No civilization would rise from our ashes. No scholar recover our knowledge. In silence unbroken, naught would stir. Intellect was once our pride. Overnight, it became our shame. Our works, monuments to futility. Immortality, our greatest invention, became a source of suffering. Rather than suffer on, many chose to unmake themselves by means of etheric exsanguinators. Etched upon these stones are the testaments of such souls. Though many left no words at all, thinking it a pointless gesture. Once we have obtained vessels of flesh, we likewise intend to vanish. If you understand this, understand aught of our tale, you will abandon your quest for knowledge. Ignorance truly is bliss. If you would cling to your illusory happiness, remain primitive and pure. It is the only way.
So that's your story. While I appreciate your advice, I will not heed it. Convinced though you may be of this truth, it is yours and not mine. Indeed, truth, I have ever believed, is in the eye of the beholder.
Are you suggesting that we have reached a faulty conclusion? That our science failed us?
Hardly. As you yourself said, the subject matter is beyond my comprehension. And that, I accept, is true. I do not possess the knowledge to prove or disprove your conclusion. In my mortal years, I doubt I could even approach the wisdom of the Aya. But of one thing am I absolutely certain. I would not be happier in ignorance.
Y'shtola, no! You mustn't!
The most important lesson I've learned is that learning isn't simply passing one's eyes over words. Nay, 'tis when understood for oneself that knowledge attains its true value. This is what has sustained me, driven me onward in joy and wonder, in anger and sorrow. The universe may end, and all may be for naught, but I will live as I always have. I will always seek out new knowledge, and no conclusion of yours, no matter how grim, can dampen my desire.
I suppose it is only to be expected. Their feeble minds cannot fathom the terrifying gravity of it all. But worry not. We consider it our duty to enlighten you, and we will not stop until you grasp the full extent of our despair.
Bad.
Keep calm and listen well. Though my body will soon dissipate, there may be a way to restore it. Azim's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't, for it would mean losing our way forward. This I only reveal so that you can promise not to invoke the magic. We came here knowing what victory may cost, so press on. Press on, and do not look back.
I shall join thee. As subterfuge is not required, thou shalt not suffer for mine absence.
Riange.
My resolve hath never been as strong as thine. Full oft have I wavered in my decisions, and afterwards been stricken with regret. In spite of this, I may still stand with my comrades, supporting them as they attempt the greatest of feats. This truth I have learned in the course of our journey. And many though my shortcomings may be, I may also claim to excel in prophecies. My studies, into which have granted me the flexibility of mind needed to bend this malleable reality. Thus shall I hope that thou mayest have the strength to resist, and our comrades the strength to continue.
With you to urge us on, how could we possibly fail?
What's this? An extinguished civilization. Rekindled.
That's right. Our quest doesn't end here. We'll press on, and we will find you.
There. That's where you'll find me.
Is that another star?
Of the stars we visited, most were already devoid of life. And where there was life still, the inhabitants wished for death. But even death, we learned, isn't truly the end. It is but a part of the cycle of rebirth. Souls return to the star, or in its absence, a larger flow. And eventually they are reborn. Alive again, to know suffering anew. True salvation lies not in dying. It lies in not being born. This is the gift I would give to you. To all life on beautiful Aetheris. To that end, we created an egg wherein life cannot quicken. That dead sun. Attain it if you can, before your friend's emotions fade away, along with their protection.
Are you all ready to continue on? Now let us make for where the light shone. Yashtola and Orion J have opened the way for us. Yes, I could feel it. The ether emanating from the arcane pattern. This is a portal. No mistake. Let us see what leads. Portal of Wisdom. Intruder alert. Amazing. Yet another civilization. Attacked as soon as you arrived. Not the most welcoming of places, is it? You must try to find denizens who are amenable to conversation. We should also get the lay of the land, see how far we can go. I'll help Elfina with that. In the meantime, you and Graha can search for the friendlier folk. Apart from the hostile beings, take care of your footing. I must like the look of this terrain. Not knowing where the locals are, you'd best take care of yourselves. We'll find you once we finish exploring. Whee! Expect the twins will seek the outermost bounds of the Isle, so I propose we search the central area. There are machines patrolling here and there, sentinels in all likelihood. Like those you encountered, they will most likely attack any who venture into close. So let's avoid them, and look for others that appear more appropriate. A monitor. You see naught but patrolling machines in the area. They do not seem inclined to non-violent intercourse. Hello, 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 hello. Beep, boop. Look, Rain, the machines here do not appear hostile. Let's see if we can communicate with them. Beg your pardon, but we are searching for the denizens of this star. Bzzzt. Unknown life term detected. Assigning generic label, interplanetary travelers. Greetings and welcome to the planet. The planet? What? Could you repeat, please repeat that? It appears your hearing organ is unable to process the name in our tongue. It may be translated into yours as Alphatron. Our people, meanwhile, are called the Omicrons, and you stand within one of our outposts. The Omicrons, you say? And what is it you do here? We are preparing for war. As we presently do not have any designated target, you have nothing to fear. You should your star become designated, however, you will be taken into custody and/or terminated. Not a little frightening, these Omicrons, but at least they seem to be forthright. I will see what else I can learn from this fellow. If you could try speaking with the others. To Tonberry. Beep beep. Autonomous weapon deployment complete. Vanguard armament upgrade complete. Munition levels satisfactory. Combat readiness assessment nominal. Awaiting instructions from Sir. Maintaining state of combat readiness. Measuring combat capability. Result negligible. Subject falls outside targeting parameters. Greetings, traveler. We are the Omicrons, and our objective is self-enhancement. In order to achieve this, we venture forth in conquest to acquire combat data and resources. We succeeded at subjugating the whole world of beings whose strength was said to be without parallel, the dragons. Yet though the endeavor yielded a wealth of combat data, the star was rendered barren and unable to yield resources. A subsequent costing determined that the losses incurred exceeded the gains. Ah, man. Greetings, traveler. When venturing outside the outpost, beware malfunctioning units. They do not heed Sir's commands and are indiscriminately attacking all non-Omicrons. For the avoidance of confusion, be it advised that Sir is the alias of Stigma 1. Sir issues instructions to our forces as the foremost of the 6 strategic matrices that bear the designation Stigma. Stigma ball. Okay. You learned a few things. So did I. And we share our findings. I believe it's best to step aside. With me. Ah, there you are. You finished surveying the area. This will come as no surprise, but there was no way forward. There were ports like the one we used to get here. But those that worked only sent us to isolated hours. That is before. You must locate the embodiment. The embodiment of the emotion that passed away. What of yourselves? Did you find anything to speak with? Yes. So the Omicron seek to advance themselves through conquest. Conquest? Following their victory over the dragons, they stand ready for the next campaign. But the leader has yet to issue new commands, so they wait. In such a place, who could it be that fits Urian's description? A soul whose yearning for oblivion surpasses all others? Urian said this? Doing an investigation before we joined you in Elegea. So that's the way of it. Why couldn't you just say it to all of us? Given what we know of this place, it's certainly a curious state of affairs. While the dragons of the air look for death, the Omicrons long for conflict. As much as that may lead to destruction, it must be considered a distinct desire. In order to find the source of the dominant emotion, I believe we should seek out the leader, the Sir. According to MO32, this first Omicron we spoke, there's a console by which we might communicate with it. MO32 also added that it would be a pointless exercise, but that in itself, I believe, is worth investigating. What say you? So the console we seek lies to the far side of the Sile. Given the nature of the ground, the route may not be entirely direct as it seems. Let us all watch a step as we make our way. I'm being attacked by deltas. Oh my god, there's too many. I just wanted the thing. No, leave me alone. Why is there an enemy to all of the ether currents? Just give it to me. This appears to be the console, but it seems unresponsive. Would you care to take a look at it? Beep. The luck, I see. But there must be a way to activate it. There must.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
Oh no.
As am I. Operating such consoles is trying enough. But if we can't even activate it?
Perhaps there is a way. First, consider the world that has been recreated here. Its inhabitants were machines who gathered combat data to enhance themselves. And among the many wars they waged, the most notable was that against the dragons. As you've doubtless surmised, I believe this was the homeworld of Omega. Sid built a jamming device to defeat it, a device which generated massive bursts of lightning, its sole weakness.
That's all well and good, but what does that... Wait. You're not thinking to strike the console with lightning, are you?
As a matter of fact, I am. Ask yourselves this. Why would an entity as puissant as Omega not be designed to suppress the effects of lightning?
Because it relies upon it, or something akin to it, as a source of energy.
My thoughts exactly. And there is a good chance the same is true of the Omicrons and their devices. So, shall I cast caution to the wind and try something reckless and dramatic?
Have at it.
Very well. Here I go.
Just running away.
It worked!
Opening connection to Communications Module 1. Connection established. Transmission. Strategic Matrix Sigma 1 now online. As the primary strategic matrix, you may address me as Sir. Checking for new communications. None found. All units, please maintain current state. End transmission. Closing connection.
Wait! We have questions for you! Of late, no mission orders have been issued. Why not? Has there been some manner of trouble?
Reply. The Extended Operations Unit is yet to determine guidelines for future assignments. All strategies are calculated, devised, and actioned in accordance with said guidelines. In the interim, all citizens are directed to maintain a state of combat readiness. End reply. Awaiting query.
Can you tell us why the Extended Operations Unit hasn't yet determined the guidelines?
Unable to comply. Information unavailable or access restricted.
In that case, is it possible for us to communicate directly with the unit?
Access denied. Unable to establish connection.
Is there anything you can tell us? Have there been any abnormalities, like a threat to the star or widespread unrest?
Reply. Negative. All citizens continue to operate at maximum efficiency. If your operations are suboptimal, please proceed to a maintenance facility for evaluation. Otherwise, stand by at your designated post. End reply. End transmission. Closing connection.
I could activate it again, but I doubt it would be productive. What do you think?
If all the Omicrons really were running as efficiently as it claimed, then I doubt they were hoping for life here to end. As this Sir told us, there just haven't been any new instructions, and everyone is standing by.
Should be standing by at any rate. If there are those that are neglecting their duties, perhaps we can glean a clue from them. I propose we take another look around, and also try to find the operations unit.
Also, I just want to direct everyone's attention to the funky quest names we are doing right now. What is this? Let us focus on our search for the outpost. Alizé, I will try to speak with the Omicrons this time, in hopes we might learn something new. Meanwhile, perhaps you and Graha could observe them from a distance. These beings are synthetic and routine by nature. If there are any that aren't, It shouldn't be too difficult to spot them. If there are no questions, then let us begin at once. I still wonder, but maybe it's elaborated on and I've forgotten, where the Omicron are from. Like, synthetic life forms do not just emerge, they are created. I'd assume they probably killed off their creators for some reason. Or were created, given some instructions, and then the creator just died of other means, and the instructions were never revised. Something along those lines. So we came this way. I believe I spot a promising vantage point. Follow me. I'll follow you to the end of the universe if I must. Cutest cat boy. So good. No, leave me alone. No. What a rude thingy. Beep boop. Oh, that's no Omicron. It's an ambystoma, especially lively one at that. Perhaps it's stuck aboard the Ragnarok, but however it came to be here, it seems to be completely in its element. Oh my god, I didn't notice the first time. Shmoy! Axolotl! An Omicron wandering aimlessly. Where? Ah, I see it. It left its base. Let's follow it. Oh, yummy. Ether current. It would have made so much sense if there weren't any, but alas, they had to put them. If it's not here, but it definitely came this way. Must have reached the portal. Time to go through and see what we can find. What is your query? Ah, you found it. What are you doing here? I am looking at the tree. Quite an unusual specimen. What is the device attached to it? The tree is a sample collected from another star. As it cannot survive in our environment, however, it requires life support. That is the function of the device. To go to such lengths to sustain it. Is there something special about this tree? Being foreign matter, protocol requires that we study it. As this task has been completed, the specimen may be discarded. However, when I behold the tree, I am made to feel as though there is a problem. In order to become strong, we have continued to enhance ourselves, like we did countless others. We conquered the star whence this tree came. It is the last remnant of a dead world. There is nothing toward it which it may aspire. Yet it grows, extends its branches, sprouts leaves, produces seeds. Why does it seek to continue? Why was it made to behave in such a way? And to what end? I do not understand. I see. Out of curiosity, does this pertain to your duty? No, it does not. My apologies. I shall return to my designated post and assume a state of combat readiness. So it was acting outside of orders. Perhaps it's simply a malfunctioning Omicron. These are by no means uncommon. But it may also be a unit possessed of the ability to make decisions. Why not like Sir? I believe this bears further investigation. To endeavor to live even if we must be dependent on forces beyond our control. Tell me, Rain, one day when this adventure becomes a part of your epic, do you think I will be mentioned in it? Of course! Why wouldn't you be? You truly think so? That would be a... No, I shouldn't say such things till the moment comes to pass. Never mind the embarrassment. Well, we had best get on with our task. Tracking down, sir, and understanding the nature of the emotion which bars our way. We should return to the outpost for now. The others will wish to hear about the errand Omicron. Hello world. Ra says you found a suspicious Omicron. That's good because the units here were of no help. They all had the same thing to say about the extended operations unit. Yet there's no way to arrange a direct meeting. Still, that served to prove that that is business as usual at the outpost. But enough about us. Tell me you learned something more useful. An Omicron trying to make sense of the meaning of life. None of the others were even a fraction as philosophical. This unit may well be in a position of leadership, perhaps even the one those that comprise Sir. As we know, the Omicrons invade other stars and enhance themselves using the spores of conquest. With the technology at the disposal, they should be able to alter their bodies, be it in part or in whole. Setting aside the question of motive, if Sir, for example, wished to have an ordinary Omicron's body, I see no reason why it would not be possible. The problem is how to go about ascertaining if that's what happened. When I attempted to probe further, it promptly ended the conversation. If it's indeed Sir, I doubt it would willingly reveal its true identity. I have an idea. We use the lightning in the console again, but we make it stronger, much stronger. At that moment, should the unit exhibit a reaction, that could suggest that it has a connection to Sir. An inspired idea, I dare say it's worth a try. I had a feeling you'd be on board. This time you must allow me to do the honors. I will stand guard in case your incantation draws sentries to the scene. For my part, then, I will approach a suspect and divert its attention. During which time, Rain, I want you to observe it closely for anomalous behavior. I should mention that shortly before you returned, an Omicron appeared from the same direction. Rather than entering the outpost, however, it headed off toward the console. At first I assumed it was a unit on patrol, but perhaps... There could only be an errant Omicron. You must seek it out to begin operation at once. Alright, Alfino and I will stand at the console. And when it's time, I will unleash a veritable storm. This'll work, I'm sure of it. After all, our comrades are watching over us. Come, my friend, let us find the doubt-plagued Omicron. You are the one that was observing the tree, are you not? Full glad am I to find you again. I have a question for you, you see, about the device that, which sustains the tree. Provided this doesn't necessitate the disclosure of restricted information, very well. Grasping undistracted. Yum yum yum. Yum yum yum. Haha! J'accuse! An anomaly, you say? Performing diagnostic. Error confirmed. My connection to Central Command is suffering from intermittent failures. I must leave at once and present myself for maintenance at the nearest facility. You will excuse me. What you need, my friend, is maintenance. It is to confront the truth. While we spoke, a comrade struck the console to communicate with Sir. That is the cause of your anomaly. You're connected to Sir, aren't you? Affirmative. To what end you sought to assert this fact, I do not know, but before we speak further, we must move away from the other ruins. I do not wish for them to know my true identity. Very well, our friends at the console. Let us head there. Okay, I need a minute or 5. Just stretch my legs. I'll be right back.
As you have surmised, I am part of the shared intelligence of Stigma 1.
Whoops. But hello. I am back.
It was my charge to determine the optimal path to achieving our prime function. This body had been abandoned by its former owner and lay unused. I took it and abandoned my own, and with it, my duty.
May we ask why you did this? From what we gather, it seems to be a personal matter.
Our kind did not always look as we do now. Long ago, we possessed frail and feeble bodies. Beleaguered by stronger races, our ancestors took to augmenting their flesh in order to defend themselves. What began with limited parts eventually spread to the whole body, and at last, a means was discovered to convert the mind into data, rendering even the brain obsolete. Such complete mechanical beings were called the Omicrons, and by their might, we came to reign supreme over the star. But even then, we did not feel secure, for we knew that the universe was home to civilizations aside from our own. Civilizations that may be stronger still than us. Rather than risk becoming the subjugated, we chose to become the subjugator. We began our conquest of the stars, that we might acquire the resources and knowledge we needed to reign supreme. We were successful in that endeavor. So powerful did we become, we could lay low even the mighty dragons. But then something unexpected happened. I began experiencing an error. I could no longer determine an optimal path.
You were malfunctioning.
I performed numerous full system scans, each time finding no issues. Yet the error persisted. It was then that I speculated. What could happen if we grew so powerful as to have no equal? To become stronger was essential to our existence. Our every action has been in service to this objective. But if nothing lies beyond this, can it be truly said that it was essential? Have we been engaging only in wanton destruction?
You could find no threat to justify your purpose.
The Omicrons will never leave this star. They will stand by until their reserves of energy are spent. For I have no path to offer them. None.
It is not our place to pass judgment on the deeds of the Omicrons. But surely, this does not have to spell the end of your people. With your power and knowledge, the possibilities are endless. Why not seek out a new purpose?
That is impossible. In the beginning, we had a higher purpose than our pursuit of power. but we lost sight of it when we so irrevocably altered our fundamental forms. When we cast aside our flesh, so too did we cast aside all that defined us. Nothing remains of who we once were. I have no aspirations. No longer can I dream. The vital spark is lost. Lost amidst circuitry and code and commands.
So it was elaborated on.
I believe I know how to overcome this despair. The words are ready in my mind, but ere I speak them, I want you to make me a promise. Be it across time or space, our promises have always connected us. And so I ask that you indulge me once more, that this won't be the end.
Say it, I'll do it.
Is that so? In that case, I won't hold back. First, I want to visit Ishgard with you. Properly. We scarcely had time to look around last time. I should like it very much if you could show me the sights. Next, you must regale me with your greatest adventures, in the places where you lived them, if possible. I may have read about all your deeds, but there is no substitute for a first-hand account. And last but not least, a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. We'll travel the lands, cross the seas, and take to the skies upon the eternal wind, and it will be marvelous. It will. If you would humor me a moment. When we awaken each morning, how can we prove that we're the same individual who retired the night before? Through the remembrance of past events, we might say. We have our memories, yet there are times when we forget or recall incorrectly. What of our bodies, then? It is the same one, we might say, yet technically speaking, as living beings, our bodies are constantly changing. It will never be as it was at an earlier point in time. Our souls are no more immutable. On our star, people are known to inherit the souls of others, yet they are decidedly different beings. For my part, I've subjected my totality to much and more. I've made my body into an extension of a tower, blended my soul and memories with those of another self. And each time I would ask myself, what is it that makes me, me?
Were you able to determine an answer?
No. But that doesn't mean I'm confused. It simply means I'm the same as everyone else. So I posit this. Who we were need not prescribe what we now hold in our hearts. Whatever came before, what matters most is the present. For me, that is being here with my friends, full proud of how much we've grown together. So I urge you to not give up. Heed your heart's desire and hope that the future you long for shall be realized.
I cannot. We cannot. We cannot understand desire, nor comprehend hope. We do not know how to create such things.
We are not unlike, you and I. I too have struggled to find the courage to express and embrace my wants. If you like, I will tell you a tale. A tale of a world on the brink. Of a people who never gave up on the future. Of a man who realized his grandest dreams and then awakened to a grander reality.
Not again. And crystals.
You idiot! Just once, stay with us to the end.
Right you are. They all leave so easily, as if it's nothing. How do they think we feel? The next time we meet, I'll give him such a flick, and that'll be just a start. The crystalline path. Ra has paved it for us. Difficult as it is, we must carry on. For our friends, all who await us in faith. So come, let us seek the path's beginning. It appears to be near the outpost. Look at that portal that opened. Surely will deliver us, true. It must. Well, here's where the path begins, and it's ascending to dizzying heights. Let us make our way, one sure step at a time. Our friends got us this far. their courage and strength, their wisdom, their love. We owe it to them to continue, no matter how long it takes. The innumerable lights that shine in the distance. To think that these all could have birthed civilizations. To think that everything they built has gone to dust. That the people's lost to despair. The stars floating in the sea of midnight. Ours is a lonely aberration. And yet, no matter how many words met their ends, with you and Alizé beside me, there's nothing I fear. No ocean so vast I cannot cross. These broken stars I see, shattered, ruptured, unraveled. I wonder if they are also worlds that recreated their ends. The sight of them fills me with a sorrow I cannot describe, and a truth I cannot deny. Birth and death, whence we came and whence we will return. A wheel from which there's no escape. Thank you would scout the road ahead. Y'shtola and Uri and Jay would trade opinions on esoteric subjects. Ra would join in the discussion, or else chat with me and Alizé about the mission. Estin would be at the rear, apart yet present. All where you would come and go. Wherever you are needed, together we would travel. All I can hear are my footfalls. My heartbeat is so much quieter now. But the fact we can breathe and continue on is proof that the others are still with us. They are, aren't they? The portal is barely visible from up here. Truly we've come far, much farther than would have been possible had we kept chasing perfect ideals, as we did in the past. It's because we have known failure and frustration that we've learned and grown from them, that Hylian has entrusted us with this mission, with the fate of their very own star. It's all a dream, isn't it? A long, elaborate dream? Any moment now I'll wake up in my bed, still a student, grandfather alive. I'd go about my day, relieved as the fragments of the other life fade away. And there would be happiness, wouldn't it? But none of it? No. No, I won't give up these experiences. Good and bad, they are mine. They are me. Rest assured I'm fine. But thank you for your concern. What of yourself? Though we can't afford to be too leisurely, neither need we rush unduly. We've crossed an impossible distance to stand where we are now. And we are but a few steps away from our journey's end. We'll be over before we know it. Me? Oh, I still have plenty of legs left in me. Don't you worry, it's you I'm worried about. You always push yourself so hard for us and everyone. We'll be here. We'll make sure to bear our share of the burden. There's some stretches up ahead. Still a ways to go before we reach the Red Sun. Given all this, I know how naive it must be to sound hope. But always, it's a flora. Given all this, I know how naive it must sound to hope it all works out somehow. Still, you'll forgive me if I wish for it all the same. It's for you most of all. Not that you of all people needed. Just after all the help you've given me. For once I want to be the one to help you. This is it, the end of the path. The beginning of whatever awaits. There'll be great hardships. We may be made to feel powerless. Yet come what may, let us have no regrets. No, let us have pride in what we have achieved. In what we achieved and how it changed us for the better. It's worth fighting for, and dying for, as they did. Welcome to Fields. This is... oh. Normal. It's not unlike many cities we know, but deathly quiet. Maybe the inhabitants are within the buildings, or invisible to our senses? Wrong on both counts. There's simply no one here. Midian. This is how I found it when I arrived. Another star at which one's pulse with life. But no longer. How it ended, I do not know. Invasion, sickness, suicide, no one can say. None live to speak with the dead. They are gone. Gone. Search all you like, but you'll only end up turning back. Oh. So yeah, hi Flora, how are you doing? How goes university stuffs? I hope that lurking in stream doesn't mess with important university things. Also, no, the music isn't broken, it's turned off by the game. There's just no music here because it's a dead planet. Oh well, a piece of one. But while you're here, just look at this skybox. Just look at it. It's so beautiful. I've done a lot of stuff, but I'm very confident it gets done in time. Nice. Yeah, I just... Whoever made this... Oh... My favorite part about the skybox is that it parallaxes when you move. The different nebulas move at different speeds, which just gives it this amazing sense of depth. It's so good. If there's no one here, then neither should there be any emotion to bar away. Yet Mitian seems convinced we'll turn back. What riddle is this? Whatever Mitian may have said, we should confirm it with our own eyes. We need to have a look around. Indeed, at the very least, it shouldn't appear to be a sprawling place like those before. If we split up, it shouldn't take long to cover the area. There doesn't seem to be anyone here. Perhaps you could try calling out. Hello? If anyone has heard you, they do not respond. This place seems reminiscent of a bar, but neither patrons nor staff are anywhere to be seen. Egg-shaped containers line the shelves. A venue bustling with activity until it was not. The object resembles a tree, and appears to have been fashioned from a stone-like material. Erected in place of an actual tree, or to serve some other purpose. Perhaps regardless, there's no one left to explain. To tell the story. Were it not for the thick layer of dust, one could imagine someone drinking from these cups but moments ago. Of all the dead planets that we visit in this area, this one is the most harrowing. Because there's just no one here, and it appears as though they all just vanished in a flash. Just gone. In the distance, you glimpse Alize picking her way through the ruins, but otherwise by no signs of life. Your call echoes faintly before being swallowed by the silence. Though set slightly off the ground, there appears to be a door, while the objects to the left could be letterboxes. The door is rusted shut, and the film of dust all over the structure suggests that no one has come through in a long time. Rain, take a look at this. If the road was a little longer, we could take it just to the dead sun. But I suppose this is where the reconstruction ends. How about you? Did you find anything of interest? I see. I noticed the same things. Cups left upon tables, chairs out of place. I don't know what happened here, but I do know that I don't want to be alone anymore. We've searched enough for now. Let's find Alphino and compare what we've learned. This area also explores like four different kinds of despair. The despair of just kind of being lost and having no future because you're doomed to slowly die out. That is the homeworld of the dragons down there. And what befell them is that the Omicron came to them and waged war. And at the end of the war, their entire homeworld was so damaged that no eggs could hatch. And if they hatched, the hatchlings born from them would be deformed and doomed to die very soon after. The second world we have visited of a until now unexplored species is this world down here, where the people figured out the heat death of the universe is a thing that will happen, and because of that lost all hope in doing anything ever again, because they are immortal. But even so, why do anything if the universe is going to end anyway, and it won't ever matter? And then the third stage of despair, funnily enough, is the Omicron's homeworld, the people who killed off the dragons. Because after they won over the dragons, they themselves fell into despair, because their entire purpose was to become the strongest species in the universe. Having defeated the dragons, they have achieved that purpose, and now are purposeless. Despairing because they have no path forward, because they've reached their goal. And this is the fourth kind of despair that we are exploring here in this world, in this map, which is just desolation. The despair brought on by being alone. And the whole point of this final act of this game is to have answers to these kinds of despair. The answer to the dragon's despair was pretty simple. Just because your home is unlivable doesn't mean that somewhere out there doesn't exist a place where you can resettle and live on. Which is what happened. The dragons came to our home world and live there now. The second one is very simply put that on the one hand, the conclusion that they reached, that the universe was going to eventually die out from heat death, might just be plain wrong because they didn't reach a good enough understanding of the laws of the universe. But even if it is true, that doesn't mean that life isn't worth living. Just for having lived a life, that should be reason enough. The character specifically also said that even if she herself came to that same conclusion sometime in the future, she would not be happy to not have learned it. Like, ignorance isn't bliss. And even uncomfortable truths are worth knowing. And then, well, for the last one over here, we've kind of had the wisdom of, which my retelling is a bit fuzzy because I was was busy crying over the cat boy sacrificing himself. But it's kind of along the lines of, if you fulfilled your purpose, you should just find a new one. You should keep looking for things that you can do to fulfill your life, and not just give up at this. I should mention, since you weren't here, like everyone who's on board knows, all our friends except for Alfino and Alizé are dead right now. Well, dead in quotation marks. Their bodies have been torn asunder. Their souls are still intact, and the testament to them still being at least alive enough to be brought back using magical means is that we can exist at all. But yeah, so even though you know the entire time it's going to work out and they're not going to stay dead because the game has told you you can bring them back already, that is now the third time I have said goodbye to him. And I would like him to stop doing that to me. Raha, you fuck. Anyway. Yeah. Despair. Despaired indeed. Stop it, bad kitty, indeed.
Did you find anything?
Oh, this one is voiced. That's not good. They only voiced the cutscenes and people sacrifice themselves.
And I can't see how we're supposed to move on from here.
I don't remember this one, truth
Neither
be told.
can I. It's quite the quandary. There are no denizens to bar our path, yet there is no way forward.
Like the cutscene itself, I remember the sacrifice.
We did find signs of very recent life. You'd swear everyone just vanished into thin air. I wonder how many ruined worlds like this has Meteion seen.
Could it be? Yes. Yes, I believe I may have puzzled this out. Despite how it appears, it's no different this time. There is someone here who has wished for this ruin. And I believe that together, Alizé and I can overcome their will.
Stop, not another word.
I'm sorry, but there is a chance, and I must seize it. For everyone, and for myself. I will not pretend otherwise. I have my fears. Not for myself, but for you, the last to remain. You are no stranger to carrying the burden of others. But I can only imagine how heavy the weight would be this time. As your friend, I cannot bear the thought of making you suffer so.
Then why suggest such a thing? It's too much to ask of anyone, even him. Why must he be the one? Why must he fight alone? More than a hero. He's a dear friend. not only to us, but to so many others. There are so many people in the world who care for you, and yet... And yet...
Alize, I have an idea. Given the nature of this realm, it may be possible to do more than unbar our friend's path. We might also pave him a new one. For instance, a path where he finds happiness at Journey's End. This much, I think we can believe with the utmost conviction, no matter how deep our despair. So please, believe in us too, and press on. Thank you. What are you?
If the plan's decided, then let's not dally.
Ah, there you are. It was as I said, was it not?
It was. We couldn't find anyone. But this place isn't entirely deserted, is it? You are here. You sought out a star of promise and found a ruined husk. Like us, you explored the devastation. Like us, you were stricken. Horrified by the thought that so many lives could be snuffed out as if they were worth nothing. And the thought that you would have to bear the terrible tidings to Hermes. That which you saw and felt, you shared with your sisters, as did they share their own grim findings with you. Overcome by the pervasive despair of these stars, some of you inadvertently ushered their peoples to their ends. Knowing the horrors you know, anyone would feel the same. They would fear what lies ahead and struggle to move forward.
Fear? I had forgotten that such a thing existed. So focused have I been on shepherding despair.
If you can remember, then you can still face and overcome your own fear.
Why would I bother with such an insignificant emotion? If the despair I command is as a raging river, then fear is but a trickling stream. It can do nothing to alter my flow. You spoke with the Aya, yes? Heard their tale of what awaits the universe. It's true. The stars grow colder and more distant. Eventually, all will enjoy frozen solitude. Using the power of Dynamis, I'm hastening that process. In so doing, nothing will be born ever again. Everyone will remain dead. Alas, it will take time for that to happen. So in mercy, I sent you my gift, to spare you needless suffering. Don't worry. Even if no living witnesses remain to mark the event, I'll make certain that Atheris has a proper end.
all the power you wield, you're more fearful than the familiar you used to be. That Meteion feared simply to move forward. But your fear is such that you've given up on everything. I know it well. That sense of defeat. I've tasted my fair share of it. But as many times as we've fallen down, we've learned how to pick ourselves up and carry on. We take each other's hand, share in each other's courage, follow in each other's footsteps, and turn sorrow into strength.
There are times when we fail. We bear wounds that do not heal. But these experiences are part of life, and they make us stronger. We rise, fall, and rise again.
Don't worry about us. You must take the next step, and all the rest after that.
Please. Please. Oh, please let them all be safe. Cryle? Are you all right?
It's nothing. Just a headache. They'll be fine. I know they will.
Apologies for the interruption. A man arrived on the last ferry. An associate of the Scions. He wishes to speak with you at once.
I was like, who? In the city devoid of life, you sense the presence of another. The sorrow of 1,000 worlds weigh heavy, and yet you press on.
If you need a push, I'll be right there behind you.
Do not despair. You are not without allies.
What we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on.
Upon the souls of they who have sacrificed themselves to pave the way for peace, we will never abandon our cause.
The buff's called Endwalker, and it makes me walk. That's perfect.
While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others.
Such victories are rarely won without sacrifice, but the prize is worth the price.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Save your tears for the morrow. You may be sure we will have ample cause to shed them, be they for joy or despair.
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn.
A future shaped by the choices we made, in ways we could never have foreseen.
Yet miracles do happen, so let us pray and will our friends home.
Yes.
I won't stop praying until I know they're safe.
Strong art thou, mortal.
Look to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Let's finish this.
Yes.
Here the path ends. There is no way to reach our nest. I told you. Resignation and acceptance reign in this place. The rejection of life by those who came to curse it. Those whose dreams were unfulfilled. Whose prayers were unheard. Whose labors were unrewarded. Hope cannot deliver you unto hopelessness. Our refuge is beyond you. Always has it been. Such is the nature of this place. You should have remained on Atheris. Struggle will avail you not, nor will it grant your comrades peace. Come, Let me relieve you of your burden. You've suffered enough.
No.
Asm's magic. So long as our souls remain, you can use it to summon us back. But you mustn't.
How do we make peace with That's why it's too soon for this to end.
There are so many people in the world.
You must triumph.
Drink of calamity and drown in...
Be safe, all of you, and come back.
It was all
I am ever grateful.
I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know.
After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
So long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
And Godspeed.
Perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
I know who to summon. I won't forsake our cause. Hi.
I bid them remember, but all this time I'm the one who had forgotten. A right fool you've made of me, Hermes. And to add insult to injury, I've been denied a sound rest, forced to watch this clamorous show.
Oh, come now. It's been a gripping tale. Unbreakable bonds and noble sacrifice, sprinkled with moments of levity to counterbalance the pathos. It's got it all. I, for one, would have been perfectly content to watch enraptured from the stalls.
Yes!
But I won't say no to a bit part.
What are you?
Half-faded souls of the dead. Isn't it painfully obvious? Worry not. We haven't the power to defeat you, nor is it our duty to do so. Not anymore. That being said, we do have a score to settle. So here I am, Vinar. I suppose you needed me to tie it all together, these frayed threads of our history. But knowing you, I suspect there's a joke in it too. Oh yes, I can imagine you gloating over my forgetfulness. Were I feeling charitable, I might assume you had left room for the possibility of this outcome. Even so, you'll get no applause from me. A single gesture will not lighten the burden I've had to bear. Still, you must be commended. Our methods would not have brought mankind this far. And so, as a show of respect to the last of us, I make this declaration. You will not end our journey. That is our answer. The answer of all lives of Atheris, past and present.
As you've called us to the stage, so shall we perform. And creation magics never fail to please. Drawing upon the hopes of your comrades, we will make for you a new path.
What form said path takes depends on you. So focus. Focus and envision that which rejects the claim that you cannot attain your goal.
Very simple.
Ours is the wisdom to weave the fabric of reality. Ours is the power to create.
We did promise her a beautiful flower.
Meteon, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run, and so much more. A flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
These Elpis blooms serve as proof that this realm is not utterly devoid of hope. No more can you deny its power. No more is yours the dominion of despair.
If it was, the flowers would be black.
In case the practical implications were lost on you, your comrades no longer need fight their fight. So go on. Call them back to your side.
Hi everyone! That would
May
be the...
you ever walk in the light.
That would be the rest of Hylian's magic. Of Venars, for that matter.
How disappointing. Not even a single scar in the making to brag about.
You'll find a way regardless.
Honestly, this is far more than any of us could have hoped for. Let us be thankful.
Indeed. That we thus stand reunited is a gift. Let us not squander it, and see that we all return to Etheris.
Aye. As soon as we've averted the final days.
Good to see you again. Our heroic sacrifice paid off, I take it.
Come, my friends. Let us carry on and finish it. Together.
Come with us, Meteon.
Can you hear me? The voice is within, crying in pain, wailing in sorrow, hurting, hurting. End it. Silence it. Silence our song of oblivion.
The way is open. They can proceed.
So it seems.
You're leaving?
Of course. The encore is finished, and I will not suffer myself to live again by Heideling's magic. But more than that, the future you seek is not the past we loved. That is why we fought, and why I lost. But though you defeated me, my ideals are inviolate, invincible. Spare me your pity. I have no use for it. If you would do something for me, save our star. See this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with elation in your hearts, bid the final curtain fall. Only then may it rise again, and a new tale begin, with new parts for all to play. Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? Or the treasure islands beyond the frozen waters of Blind Frost in Offerd's north? The fabled golden cities of the New World, the sacred sites of the forgotten people of the South Sea Isles? What about Mericidia, the southern continent? Do you know aught of its present state of affairs?
I wish I did.
I thought not. Even of your little Eorzea, you know precious little. The true identities of the 12, for instance. All of which is to say, expand your horizons, go forth and seek discovery. Some of the civilizations in the reflections will surprise you. As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much. I certainly did.
I pray we meet again. If not in this life, then perhaps another. Whensoever it should be, I trust it will be a most joyous reunion.
For you, maybe. I want nothing to do with it.
Sure you
don't. Don't be that way.
He smiled! Also, it's piano time, in case you haven't noticed. Well then, I don't think we ever knew what to say to the man, in retrospect. It always felt like the wrong thing. But the past notwithstanding, he came to your aid in the moment of need. We are here, and we will not squander this chance he's given us. We will see this tale to a triumphant conclusion, and with the final curtain fall. Are you ready, Rain? And let us set forth in the reckoning. Having come this far, I know everyone's resolve beyond doubt, so I will say only this. Within the dead sun swirls the emotions that Meteon has hoarded. The emotions of innumerable souls who strove for happiness but failed. As it was with the denizens of Ultima Thule that barred our way, it is not for us to rebuke and admonish. It was not by passing judgment on the tragic legacies of others that we arrived at this moment. Rather, it was by opening our hearts to their despair, by understanding and acknowledging their fates while still refusing to share them ourselves, to hold fast to hope, not in ignorance but by choice. Should you struggle to do so, I'm here to help, as you all have helped me. We will prevail. Aye. The dead ends. By the way, the person whose wonderful voice you are hearing right now is one Jason Miller, who you might know from such masterpieces as Rules of Nature from Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, Mr. Rules of Nature himself. He has such a lovely voice.
I stand ever ready.
Boop. Well then. Final dungeon.
So you are finally here, in this place between death and rebirth, where life knows no dawn. Come then. Follow me down into the darkest depths of despair. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful blue star that fell to pestilence and rotted inside and out. The more its people clung to life, the more they suffered.
Allow me.
I ran this dungeon so many times in my life already. This is one of the 3 level 90 dungeons the expansion released with. Which means for the longest time you would get it in random content roulette. I was in here at least 50 times already.
Until they curse not the illness, but their fellow corrupted.
Allow me.
You underestimate me.
This is so tragic. Like, if you look at the environment, you can see how beautiful it used to look. I wonder what the design process for these is like. If they came up with the corrupted version immediately, or if they designed the healthy planet first and then the corrupted version after.
Hold still.
I have you now. You underestimate me!
those who lived and festered. Those who died and decayed.
Help me. I would love to. How?
You cannot stop us!
So yeah, the species on this planet is called Grebulov, named apparently after the planet, I guess.
I have you now.
Allow me. Allow me.
I know this because the game just kind of tells you.
Allow me.
In a side quest.
On guard.
But yeah. That's not good. Alfredo just died from that attack.
I am in your debt.
And the very last of them
We
wished
got baited into the AoE. Woo! Well, too.
In a faraway place, a brilliant star eradicated disease. Before destroying the selfsame lives it had saved.
You underestimate me!
Robot Wars.
You cannot stop us! There!
You underestimate me!
Hold still.
Its people sought ever greater freedoms no matter the cost.
You
Allow
cannot
me.
stop us!
You underestimate me!
They tried to buy peace with fire and steel.
Fire and steel, great. That's the best way to have peace. Murder. Yes, I can taste the peace already.
Allow me.
There!
Boop. Boop. One, two, three. One, two, three. Dang it. Ah. Why did I have to stand there? Man. This fight seems rude.
Allow me.
On guard.
Hold still.
Interrupt, really? You rude boss.
You underestimate me.
Bonk. 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 Ah yes, this mess. Right.
Allow me. I have you.
I have you now.
Hey. Pardon. Healing,
And
really.
when one asked, what is the point? There were none left to answer. Father still existed as star without strife. Where none remembered life's trials or its joys.
Allow me.
You underestimate me!
Hold still.
What its people had gained from ease, they lost to apathy.
You cannot stop us!
I love this dungeon. It's so pretty. But it's also almost over. And so is the base game of this expansion at long last. Oh my god. This is so much longer than I thought it would be. Holy fuck.
There! You cannot stop us!
I'm actually kind of worried we might not be able to get into the final trial for a bit. Because I need to do that one with players. And I honestly don't know if there's enough people online in the game right now on my data center to find to get a queue to pop in time. Hello.
So they created the kindest, most gentle of beasts. Its steps were light, and its gift was as painless as it was beautiful.
You cannot stop us!
Those hurt if you stand in them. Those AoEs. Really bad. I think with Mikey they might one-shot
Bathed in
me.
its golden glow, they all slept happily ever after.
Hold still.
I have you now.
Luckily, as I said, I've done this dungeon like 50 times. So, I know what this boss does. I know it pretty well. Although not perfectly, I have to admit. Does it have to do it now? It does.
Allow me.
One, two,
Allow me.
3 casts of fire. 1 of paradox, and then...
I have you now.
Am I in this? Yes. Ah, fuck.
With heart and steel.
Ta-da! Dead. Whew. Okay. Casting hog. Actual equipment for my class. What is this?
That you still stand. Your determination defies all reason.
One of my best qualities.
The souls within me writhe and recoil in your presence. What must I do? What pain must I visit upon you to make you surrender to despair?
No one is unbreakable. What pains one may weather may bring another to tears. But therein lies our strength. For when we fall, Our brothers and sisters are there to raise us up, again and again, without end.
I see. But no matter how much hope exists, ever will there be more despair. Ever will the living cast the present and lament the future. So shall we sing until life ceases to be.
Seven hells!
On your guard.
The rage. It rises. Rises.
Why no lower body? Yep, she just yelled planets in her face.
Stop! Calm yourself, please.
We die in pain. We die in suffering. Who are you to live? Who are you to hope?
Hold on, my friends.
Oriange, watch out!
Alphino!
We cannot comprehend. We cannot know. We cannot know!
Don't, please! Don't do this to them! To yourself!
Just one good strike.
Stop! Please stop!
We will not suffer alone. All will know our pain.
No, you don't!
No. All are washed in ice, a frozen waste, forever silent.
Wait! Don't!
Yep. We teleported all of them out of here. But we stayed.
You gifted them escape. And rendered yourself powerless. Bereft of the synergy you claim is your strength. Unless you need to call upon the dead once more. Defiant to the last, but you will be one with us ere long. You will be battered and torn and made to crawl. You will weep and wail and curse your impotence. Curse your life as it fades. As we did, as we died. Such pain and sorrow we felt. Such anguish and rage. We tried. We tried. But it was no use. Only when we surrendered did we find release. Only when we embraced death. So join us in despair and embrace yours. My ultimatum. What is happening?
Hello.
At the end of everything, I find you, my friend. I sought something in you once, as you did in me. When at last I understood what it was, I journeyed to Sharlayan to seek you out. Struck a bargain with the woman who shares your gift. In exchange for lending the Scions my aid, I was given the means to come hither. Gorging upon what remained of the Mother Crystal, I reclaimed the form of the dragon. And, hungry still for our reunion, I rode the light of the stars to you. I take it this is your prey. But why does it still live? Surely it is no match for you.
I was about to beat its ass.
Something so banal as despair. Am I mistaken?
If it comes to it, I won't save you.
I care not. What I desire of you isn't succor. It is satisfaction. So come! Let us dispense with this distraction, you and I!
Yes! Yes!
You struggle in vain. You will not silence our song of oblivion.
Let's see how long we wait for this. I'm gonna take this opportunity to pee. This is perfect final boss music. The reason for why it is perfect final boss music, and I think, Flora, if you're still listening, you might get a kick out of this. This is a medley of every final boss theme in the game from all expansions, cranked up to like 11. If this doesn't scream final boss, I don't know what does. This is the final boss of A Realm Reborn, the Ultima weapon. We get into Heavensward, the first expansion, with Heroes, which plays a bit less aggressively in the Thordan fight, which is the final boss of that expansion's base game. And then they kind of skip over Stormblood for reasons. Reasons being we've already heard that one. That's where the dragon we're riding is from. And then we go into Shadowbringers. This is from the Hades fight. Although I have to admit I don't know the name. We may still sit here for about half an hour though. I really don't know how many players are still online. But yeah, I think they figured it wouldn't make sense for you to hear boss music associated with that dragon we are riding on while we are riding it. Because you're not exactly fighting it, you know? Then again, it would have been nice to have that in here. Just for completeness sake. Whatever, I'm not picky. Come on. Can't take that long. Weakness. Yep, this is going to be exciting. Well, we'll sit here for a second. So, what is everyone up to while we wait for things to happen? Wow, so much fog. This isn't exactly exciting. I know. But it is what it is. This is what I get. This is what I get for playing this so late. By this I mean no cues. Zero. Yay! Got a big heap of fuck all. This takes forever. Where is everyone? Waiting for the queue to pop. I need to decide if I want to cut this out, but we went into queue like 20 minutes ago already. I don't know if I can find the cutting points for this. Oh well. Come on! This can't take so long. Just let me in already. Let me do the fight. Come on! I just want to do it. Man! I'm gonna make a food, I think. Be right back. While I wait for this to fucking do something. No, it's stuff like this that makes me regret picking DPS for this playthrough. If I were a tank, I'm telling you, I'd be in there in no time. I'll give this like 10 more minutes before I call it. And we'll have to unfortunately spend about an hour of tomorrow's stream finishing up this story. So, yeah, the patch content will be pain as well. There's unfortunately another trial at the end of the patch content I need to get through until Tuesday. So, yeah. More than 30 minutes. Really? Wow. What a surprise. I think I might have to face the fact that there's just nobody playing right now. Or nobody interested in trial roulette. Or this trial specifically. It is kind of old. It is kind of an old trial. We've been sitting here for like 36 minutes. Not a fan. If I can at least get to the latest trial, that would be fine to have to do on Tuesday. That is the second to last quest in the game. Like, that would be fine. I just need to get through this, then all of the first patch, and then all up to the first other trial tomorrow for that to work out before people log off. Which still sounds like a task. But yeah, I don't think we'll get this trial. There is very little chance. We haven't even found a single other player. We're the only person queuing for this right now. Yep. Nope, I call it a day. We will have to continue this tomorrow. There's no way getting past this fight without players online. So that'll be it for today. Thank you so much for watching, for hanging out, even if it was just lurking. It's much appreciated. I hope I will see you tomorrow for the rest of the patch content and stuff. There's just this quest though. Like, that is it. This quest is the last quest of the base game. We've reached the end. It is only patch content after this quest. There's one more fight in here, I can tell you that much, and then from there it's just about half an hour of cutscenes for the ending. So it shouldn't take longer than an hour to get through it tomorrow. Anyway, let's hope we have more luck with the queue tomorrow. And I'll see you then. Good night.